If it's a larger screen, I just wanted the width to be 9/12. Okay, and in here the content that will be wrapping here is the message.content. Okay, this is the case for if the role is of user. So if the role is of the assistant, so this is the place that we will try to render the UI component. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. Let's just style this div. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this flex and the direction to be column, and in the space y direction let's add some 9, and if it's a larger screen I just don't want any space in y direction. Okay, and also I just want to make the direction to be row in the larger thing, and justify let's just say between. Okay, and space in the x direction 9 if it's a larger screen. Okay, so inside this we will attach the divider reference and wrap this everything inside this div. So for this also I'm just going to make this as a flex and the direction as a column, and let's just have the space in the y direction 6. Width let's just make it as a full. Okay, so same thing, if it's the larger I'm just going to have this 9/12 width. Okay, fine. So here inside this div, first is we will check whether do we have the sources as part of the message object or not, and if there are there, does it have more than one or not. Okay, so here that's the thing. So we are just going to check this message dot sources dot length is greater than 0, and that's where I'm just going to render this div. Okay, we will make this also direction to be column, and let's have the space in the y direction 2. Okay, so in here this is for showcasing the icon and the header for sources. Okay, so here again I'm just going to wrap this inside this flex, and flex row and items, let's just center them, and its space in the x direction I'm just going to give 2. So this is the thing, and the first thing I'll just have this book copy icon. Okay, and I'm just going to make this text as a white, and the size I'm just going to set it to 20. After this, the h3 header where the text the title we are going to show as the sources. So I'm just going to give some styling for this. Text color, let's just make this as a white, and font type let's just make this as a medium, and text size I'm just going to change it to extra large. Okay, so after this we will have the sources. So in order to show the sources, it's better if we try to segregate that as a separate component. Okay, so I'm just going to create in this components folder the new component called message sources.tsx. Okay, so in here we will try to get the sources and display using this component. Okay, so let me just create this component. So I'm just going to name this as message sources. Okay, and this is going to receive the sources as the props, which are going to be of type this document array. Okay, so I can just import that document from our langchain core documents. So I can do it via this, or else we can do via this. So documents. Okay, so this is the thing, and now inside this we will focus on rendering this grid. Okay, so I'm just going to have this columns of 2. Okay, and if it is a larger screen I'll just have the 4 columns. Okay, so and a gap of 2. So in this div we will just iterate through this sources, and I'm just going to get only I'm going to slice till 3. Okay, and let's get the each source along with the index, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside this anchor tag. Okay, so inside this first thing, let's just fill in the properties for this anchor tag. The href is going to be the source dot the metadata dot url. Okay, and the key, I'm just going to set the index that we have, and for target I'm just going to set it to -blank so that it opens in the new window rather than opening in our own website window. And the styling for this, we will just give the background as the this color. Okay, and on hovering I'm just going to have some hover effect. So let's say we are going to add in, yep, fine, and this is the hover effect. And let's just add in this transition thing, and a duration of, let's say 200, and I just wanted to have this rounded corners, and padding of 3, and make this display as a flex, and direction to be a column, and the space in y direction I'm just going to have a 2. Okay, and the font type, let's just make this as a medium. This is going to be the styling for this anchor tag. And inside this anchor tag, let's just have the title wrapped in this p tag. So this one I'm just going to get this via the source metadata. So this source, so here I just misspelled, so I'm just going to correct that. Source, so source dot metadata dot title, and for this styling I'm just going to let's do one thing. So for this I wanted to make the text to be white color, text I wanted to be extra small, and overflow, let's just hide it, white space no wrap so that it lies in a single line, and just if it's exceeding, so we just wanted to have this ellipsis. Okay, so that's the showcasing of the title. So after this I'm just going to have this div where we are going to show the image URL, and then the URL of the image. Okay, so those things will wrap inside this div. So in here I'm just going to wrap inside this div and make this as a flex and direction as a row, and let's just center these items. So I'm just going to center this, and justify I'm just going to add in between. Okay, so here again let's just have this one more div where I'm just going to showcase the actual image of the source. Okay, so and I just have some space of x1. So here this image, let's say so the image URL is going to be like this. So image URL, so s2 dot Google user content .com slash fail icons, and I'm just going to domain URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the source dot metadata dot URL. Okay, so that's going to be the image source, and width I'm just going to set it to 16, and height as well I'm just going to set it to 16. I'm just going to say this as the fav icon. Okay, and the styling for this, let's say I wanted it to be circle, so rounded large, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4. So this is the image. Okay, so after this image I'm just going to have this URL displayed. So this is how I'm just going to display source.metadata.url. I'm just going to replace this with this empty space. So you can just take this expression. So I'm just going to replace this with this empty space, okay, and the styling for this now. So let's just make this as text as extra small, okay, and the color, let's say white by 50, okay, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and white space no wrap. Okay, so text ellipses, fine. So if you want to test this, you can just put one dummy value into messages with the body of the type and just see the components here, okay, fine. And now post this div. I'm just going to have one more div where we will just show the index, okay. So here, and I'm just going to style this div. I'm just going to use for this styling, and here I'm just going to showcase this index of the source. So for this, let's just make this again flex row and items. Let's just center them, and the space in the x direction of 1, and text color I'm just going to set it to white, let's say by 50, and text size let's just make it as extra small. And this one I'm just going to make this background as a white color of by 50, and height of 4 pixel. So I just, yeah, this is going to be height of 4 pixel, okay, and even width of let's say 4 pixel. I'm just going to set this, and this rounded I'm just going to set this to full. So that's the this message sources component. And also we need to this is going to be quite a big component, because we need to take into account the if the sources are greater than 3. So that's when we are supposed to populate the rest of the sources in the dialog component, and that we need to import the dialog component and wrap all of the things into this dialog component. So I'm just going to take the help of this Shansian to import this dialog. So all I can do is search for this dialog, and we are going to add this dialog. So let me just take this and just add in this dialog. Okay, so once this is added, we are going to use this and keep a state of whether dialog is open and when to open, depending upon the length of these sources that we receive as a props for this component. So let's just add this dialog component. So I'm just going to import this dialog component. So what we'll do is, right after this here, I'm just going to check if this sources dot okay, this length is greater than 3, only then we will render this part. So that is, I'm just going to add in a button which is going to help me open the model. That's where we will showcase the extra amount of the sources that we got in the model, which can be scrollable, and then can see other sources that we got. So this is the button. And also on click, I just mentioned that I wanted to open the model. So it's better that we maintain one state variable here, as I already mentioned. So in here, I'm just going to maintain a state whether is dialog is open or not. So in here, I'm just going to set this as is dialog open, and the callback function to again toggle this value. So I'm just going to set this. Initially we will have this value set it to false, and the two functions, helper function, which is going to help me to close the model, as well as the open the model. Nothing but we are just going to toggle the above state variable. So let me just quickly define those functions. One is this close model, and so here I'm just going to set this is dialog open to false, and this document, okay, I'm just going to set this document dot body dot class list. I'm just going to remove one of the class here. so you'll understand. I'm just going to explain what does this mean. Okay, so this is overflow hidden scrollable. Okay, and so basically this to hide this scrollable view. Okay, but we'll be able to scroll, so that's the thing. So here I'm just going to have this one more function which is going to help me this open the model. So here I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, so in here I'm just going to set this document dot body dot class list dot add this above class. So whatever we removed in the above function, we are just going to add the same here. So hidden scrollable. Okay, so now the functions that we want are present. So here I'm just going to first let's style this button. So this is going to be, so first as I said, on clicking of this we are going to open this model. So I'm just going to call the above function which we just added, and the styling here. So for styling I'm just going to give this background this color, and on hover I'm just going to add in this color. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to apply this transition duration of 200. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this rounded large and in the padding in x direction 4. Okay, and in y direction let's say 2, and I'm just going to make this display as a flex and direction to be column, and just let's have this justify between. Fine, I'm just going to add in space in the y direction, so let's say some space of 2. So this is what I'll be adding, and now okay, let me just format this. Yeah, fine. So now inside this we'll wrap everything, the remaining sources in this div. So let's make this display as a flex, and I just wanted to make this direction as a row, and I'm just going to center these items, and let's have the space of 1 in the x direction for the items that we'll be putting in this. And I'm just going to iterate this, and let's just slice till 6th item, so that is 3 to 6. Okay, and I'm just going to map I'm just going to get the source and along with that index, and then that we will show the image like we did in the above. Okay, so I'll just copy the same. So yeah, I can just copy the same, and then we will use the same in here. Okay, so yep, and okay, so in here here, why is this causing me an error? Okay, it's missing key prop. Okay, I'm just going to give here the key as index. Is it because, yeah, here also we are missing the key. Okay, fine. So I just gave that and post this div. After this div I'm just going to showcase this more sources are present, and that's where the number we will be dynamically presenting that. So that is, I'm just going to first give the text as the extra small, and also let's just give the color to this as a white, like let's say this 50 color, and here the text it's going to be something like, view sources, whatever remaining. So the remaining we can get this by subtracting 3 from it. Okay, so this is what we'll be showcasing in this text. And now after this we need to show this dialog, so I can just add in that. Okay, so here this is what I'm be importing, and I'm just going to make this let's just style this. Okay, so I'm just going to make this as a relative, and let's just give z index 50. Okay, and on close let's do one thing. So this one so there is this is as well, so let's just headless UI thing. So I was always using the Shanxian, so I just wanted to try out this once. Okay, this is the dialog. So let's see. Yeah, and the core part for that is this. Okay, so let's just try it out. Okay, so there's nothing wrong. You can just go ahead and use this Shanxian dialog component. But I just wanted to try this out once. The difference, because I have been using this in plenty of the projects. Let's just give a try for this. So once we install this, I can just import this way. So what I'm going to do here, instead of this dialog that we got from the Shanxian, I'm going to use the dialog from this headless React. Okay, so that first let's wrap that dialog in this transition. Okay, so in here, let's just import. I'm just going to copy this whole part, and let's just paste this at the top. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. So in here, I'm just going to add in here this appear. Okay, and show we are going to pass in this value, that depending upon this value, this is going to be shown, and we want this to act as the fragment. So here I'm just going to, okay, and this needs to be imported, so I'm just going to import this from React, and in here this dialog, and we will make this act as a div element. And this styling for this, let's just make this as the relative, and just let's give z index 50. Okay, and on close, I'm just going to call this a close model function which we have written. Okay, so inside this, I'm just going to add quickly two divs where we are going to showcase the sources and the remaining that were present in the sources list. So this is going to be simple. So let me just add this div. So let me just make this as a fixed. Okay, and inset of 0, and I'm just going to add overflow in y direction, and inside this let's have everything wrapped in this div. So make this display as a flex. Minimum height, I just wanted it to be full, and let's just center the items. Justify, I'm just going to center them, and padding of 4 in all directions, and text, I just wanted to be at the center of the screen. So this is the thing, and now we are going to wrap this as a child, transition.child. Okay, and here I'm just going to make this act as a fragment, and here this is just the transitions, so I can just enter in this as like ease out, and the duration of, let's say, 200, and this is the enter from. I'm just going to give in here the opacity of 0 and a scale of, let's say, 95, and this enter 2. So here I'm just going to give this opacity back to 100, and then the scaling factor as 100. That is the thing, and leaving transitions. So we are going to apply this ease in effect for the duration of, let's say, 100, and now the same opposite ease from, just the vice versa of what we did for the enter from. Okay, and here let's just give the scale as 200, and here this leave to opacity back to 0, and the scale of 95. Okay, so this is the thing. So now inside this transition child, I'm just going to add in this dialog.panel. Okay, so here let's just give this styling for this with full and maximum width. I just want it to be medium, and then let's just apply this transform. Okay, and rounded corners, so I'm just going to give here 2 times extra large. Okay, and background color, let's just give this thing. Okay, and apply this border. I'm just going to give this border color, let's say 1C 1C 1C. Okay, and a padding of 6, and text, let's just align to be left side, and also I just wanted this align to be middle, and let's add some shadow, extra large shadow for this, and transition in all direction. Okay, So this is the styling for this panel, dialog panel. And first the title. So here I'm just going to give the title for this. Okay, and here the title, we want the text size to be larger always, and the font type, let's just give this as to be medium, and leading, I'm just going to give here this now let's say 6. Okay, and text color, we want it to be white because we background is kind of a black. Okay, and the title is going to be the sources. So after this title, we will wrap the actual sources value in this div. Okay, and this display will make this as a grid. Okay, and I'm just going to give the columns as a 2, and let's have the gap of 2 between each the source value, and overflow item, I'm just going to give this as auto, and maximum height we will restrict it to, let's say 300 pixel. Okay, and let's have some margin at the top and the padding right. Okay, so yep, and here, so I will yeah, we will very soon see this in the UI part. Okay, so here I'm just going to iterate through this sources, and get this source along with that index. Okay, and now in here, let's just wrap this, we can take that anchor tag like I just, yeah, this part. So what I'm going to do is, let's just copy this whole part. Yeah, this whole part I'm just going to copy and use this in here. Okay, so that's going to be pretty much the same, and yeah, so this is what we'll be showcasing in this dialog. And finally what we will do is, we will just export this message sources. Okay, yep, and yeah, so this component is ready, we are good to go and use this. So this is where we are supposed to use this, so in this message box. So let's just import this message sources which we just created. So right below in here, I have supposed to create that. So that is this message sources. Okay, and here I'm just going to give the message sources value. So this is going to be the message sources. So I just wanted to give a try, and let's see if it works, or else let me just restart this again. So I just wanted to restart this and check it out. Okay, so let's wait for it to start. Okay, so it's running, and I think this both services are up. Okay, there is some issue with this. I just have to restart this again. Let me just maximize this so that you guys can also see this. Okay, looks like they are running. Okay, so fine, and now let's just give a try. I just wanted to check if this actually working the way I wanted. So basically, let's say I am just going to ask who is and here we are supposed to see that in action, but I'm still doubting. Okay, I think I have not okay, I've just passed in here. Here there is an error with respect to key. Okay, I just wanted to check in this network font, where is this WebSocket? Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, there is some issue going on, so let me just where is this? I just wanted to check this chart component once. This is going on the messages. Okay, the thing is, I should, yeah, here in this chart component we are supposed to add that. So that's the reason we are not seeing anything, and here we need to add those things. Okay, so Okay, let's wait for a while. I need to complete few more components, and that's where we can see that I understood why we are not able to see this. Okay, so that's not an issue. So in here, let's just complete this message box. So here, because that's the thing we need to use in our chart component. So in our message box, and after this sources, I have to show the answer. Okay, for me to show the answer, so right after this thing, we need to wrap everything, that actual answer that we get from our service. So here, let me just wrap this inside this div. So here, this I'm just going to make this flex column, and let's have the space in y direction 2. Okay, and yeah, let me just close this div. Fine, and inside this I'm just going to have the header which kind of says this is an answer. So it's better, I wanted to have an icon along with the text, so I'll just wrap this inside this one more div. Let's just make this as a flex, and direction to be a row, and let's just send to the items, and let's have the space in the x directions. I don't know why this autocomplete isn't working. Anyways, and here I'm just going to use this disk3 icon from Lucid React, and let's just style this. So in here I'm just going to use this and give the text color first, the white color, and based upon is last and loading value, I'm just going to showcase this. I'm just going to spin this, or else I'm not going to animate anything of the for this icon. Okay, and the size, let's just say 20, and yeah, this is the icon that I wanted to have. And here the text, so the text, it's going to be the answer, and let's just style this as well. I'm just going to give the text color it to be white, and font type to be let's say a medium. So let's just yeah, and text size extra large. So this will be the answer header, and below this we need to kind of wrap this kind of in a markdown. So because I wanted to convert this markdown to a JSX, so rather than to worry about writing ourselves, so I'm just going to use this markdown to JSX. Okay, so here we have this node package manager. So I just wanted to use this, so we will install this, and this is how, if we wrap this in like this, this is how it's going to render, and that will be showcasing on the screen. So let me just install this. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's go to this UI folder. Yep, and I'm just going to install this. So once we install this, I'm just going to wrap this past message that we got inside this markdown thing. Okay, so let's just first import this. I can just copy this part, I can use this. Okay, so now just below this div, I'm just going to use that. So here right after this, let's just have this markdown, and I just have to style this, and here I'm just going to show this past message. So styling for this, so let's first make this a prose, and the max width I just want it to be none, and I just wanted to break words. Let's apply this. I don't know why this prose isn't working. I think I should be able to receive the suggestions. Maybe I'm missing something. Prose. Okay, and here let's just apply this leading relaxed. Okay, and here this breathe tag, I just wanted to apply this padding 0, text color as usual white color, text size, let's just make this to be smaller, and if it's a medium, I'm just going to apply text to be base, and font type, let's just make this as a medium. Okay, so this is the styling for this. I don't know, there is some issue with this prose. Ideally I should be able to, or so need to receive the suggestions. Let me just Google this, type in the CSS prose. Okay, I need to add this plugin, so that's the reason I'm not receiving as a suggestion. So if you just go to this tailwind config, yep, so we don't have this. So let me just install this plugin. Okay, so all we have to do is install this. Let me just paste this, and then I just have to copy paste this required statement in our plugins. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this, and now hopefully we should be able to see that. Okay, so yeah, so now it's working. So the plugin is what I missed, and now after this past message, depending upon loading, so if it's not loading, we are going to show the an icon to share this. These are all placeholders, I'm not doing anything. And after share, we'll have the rewrite component where we are going to try to ask the server to give one latest response or new responses, and the icons to copy to just the edit or something like that, just the placeholders like thumbs down and those things. So I'm just going to complete that part in here. So here, let's just, so before even completing that, I just wanted to okay, we will come back to this. Okay, so this part is still pending, so I'll come back. First I wanted to use this as a component because it's been a while and I'm just not showcasing this in the UI part. So let's just export this message box. So this box is ready. So what we will do in here, this chart component, we are going to use this message box. So here, let me just import this message box component. Okay, and I'm just going to, yeah, let's just give the props that it needs. So first the key, the unique identifier, and then the message. So this is going to be the message, and then the history which we have as the messages. Next the loading value. So here I'm just going to pass in this loading value, this divider reference. So if this is the last, I'm just going to pass in this divider reference, or else I'm just going to pass in this undefined value to this value, and is last the value, so boolean value, I'm just going to pass on this value, and then the rewrite function which we are yet to add that, but not an issue. Okay, and yeah, why is this an issue? Okay, the message index is missing. Okay, this is going to be the index. Okay, and here if this is not last, and if this message dot role is equals to this assistant, I just wanted to render this div part. Okay, so this is just the adding the height and also the width of full. Okay, and just the background color, I'm just going to apply in here this black color. Okay, I'm just going to close this div. So that's the div and the message box, and we will try to show the other things like loading, if it's loading, and also the other references to just keep scrolling to the end if it's a message end, and also we need to have the message input components and all. So that and all I'm just going to show that, but I just wanted to see this thing once, just check it out. So here I'm just going to ask here. Okay, so yeah, we are seeing this, the question that is coming from this, yeah, you can see the sources, fine, it's working, and also the answer that it is spinning. So ideally we should be able to receive this. I'm just going to check this. Let me check this part. Okay, there is an issue here. Okay, So in this chart component there is some issue. So what's this issue? Okay, that was before. I just wanted to check in this network, this WebSocket. Okay, we did receive. Okay, just let me maximize this part. There is the communication of here type of message, the data that we got, this is the thing that we sent to server, and this is what we received from the server. So the text that we received was May 12. Okay, those are the sources. Okay, these are the sources, and for message, the data I did receive here Sundar Icha is I did receive, but I think there is some issue, but the communication is happening. You can clearly see here one of the direction of this company is under innovations and some, that is receiving, and we received message end as well. So the displaying is the problem. Okay, so post this, let's just go to this message box, and here after this answer, this past message, I am not getting anything in this past message. So let's just refresh this, and I just wanted to try it again. But you can see here the sources that we try to so this is the query of the user, and this is what we are showcasing here. And post that, if it's the message role is of assistant, we are first showcasing the sources. You can see in here the first three sources. That's what exactly we are trying to showcase. And this message sources, because you already saw the logic what is present in that. So in here we are first showcasing these three, and remaining we are trying to show in the model. So here this view 12 more, you can see this is what is left in this thing, and if I just open, this is what we are seeing in this model. So this is working fine the way I want. The sources part of displaying is cool, but there is an issue with respect to this markdown. So what's the issue? Okay, here I wanted to just check why is that I'm not receiving anything into this. Let me just console this message.content as well. So let me just go to this. Okay, it's printing. Okay, so the issue is with respect to this. Did I mess something up in the styling of this thing? So the markdown part, did I don't think so, because let's do one thing. So I'm just going to try to display just this past message. Let's see if you are seeing something. No, I just wanted to check in here. After this, okay, there's nothing in this thing. Why is this? Let me ask again. So this time the question would be, who is Elon Musk? So I just wanted to see that. I mean, we need to show that loading component and all, which we will build that. This is loading, but I'm not getting anything. But in console, I'm getting this. Is it because I think I'm not getting into this past message, but I think am able to get into this. So I just wanted to check. Here this is the question. Okay, and I'm just we will build this loader component. These are the sources that we got, and this is the streaming is happening, but in this I'm not able to see. Okay. I'll just check this. I think I'm doing some mistake, and I'll just check this and get back to you guys. If this message dot role is equals to this assistant, and if this message dot sources is varying, and then this message dot sources dot length is greater than 0, only then we will try to update this. And I'm just going to do some I'll just have this regex to just replace with the way I wanted to showcase. Okay, so here I'm just going to okay, so this is the expression, and now here in this return I'm just going to set this past message. So this message dot content dot replace, I'm just going to replace this with the function, the number, where I'm just going to have this wrapped inside this href. Okay, so in here I'm just going to sources, and here I'm just going to get this metadata dot url. Again, this also might not be present, so this is going to be the href. Okay, and this target, I'm just going to open this in the new blank. Okay, and then some styling for this. So here let's just have this 1c, the black color background, and let's just have the padding in x direction, and let's make this corners rounded, margin left 1 and no underline. Text, let's extra small, and color I'm just going to make this as white, and the position relative, and this is going to be the thing, and I'm just going to display this number in this anchor tag. Okay, so this is what we'll be replacing. You'll understand what is this what does this do. Okay, so in here after this I'm just going to set this message dot content. I'm just going to update this, and this is we are going to keep this running on change of the value in this message dot content, and this message dot sources. Okay, and this message dot role. So we will update here this past message using this content, and if this condition is met, we have the sources, and we need to update this sources, and this is how we are updating it. Okay, so that is the thing. And now okay, so I'm just going to remove this. We don't have to print this now. We figured out the issue. So in here now you can see this automatically is showcasing. So I'm just going to minimize this part. I'm just going to minimize this, and let me just refresh this, and let's just ask again. Okay, and now let's see this in action. Okay, we send the pitch high. First we will receive the sources, so we will see that in action. Okay, these are the sources, and you can see here the answer streaming. So yep, it's working fine, and it's working the way we wanted. It's looking good, and we have still a lot to complete in this message box component. The loader component needs to be showcased, and also this the copying, sharing, and those placeholders we need to do that. And this is the placeholder, it's working fine. So if I just change this accordingly, we are displaying this. Okay, so this is looking quite good, and we need to build this message input component and all those things, so which we will just build this now. Now we'll continue building the remaining part of this message box component, that is if it is not loading. Okay, so here then I'm just going to wrap everything this inside this div. We will style this div. Okay, and let me just close this and okay, so fine. And now inside so let's just style this. Okay, anyways, so I just wanted to make this display to be flex and row. So this is where we'll have this share icon, and then the option to rewrite this response and those things. Okay, so and let's just center this items, and I'm just going to justify between. Okay, and width full. Let's just say text to be white, and a padding by of 4, and negative margin direction. Okay, so fine, and here I'm, yeah, that's the issue. Okay, fine. And here now what I'll do is I'll just wrap this button which is for sharing, and then the rewrite thing in this one more div. So this is where I'll just try to add that. So for this, let's just style, I just wanted to make this also the flex and display the direction as a row, and let's just center this items. And in the space, I just wanted to have this one in the x direction. And now let's just wrap this inside this button, that is the share icon. So let's just give here the size as 18. So here the issue is with this button. Okay, so this is the thing, and let's just give some styling. You can show this is what as soon as we are adding, we're seeing that here. So let's just style this. So first thing, let's just give the padding of 2 in all the direction, and I just wanted the text color to be white, and let's say by 70. Okay, and let's have this rounded the Excel, and let's have some color on overing. That's the color that I'll be applying. This is the color. Okay, so here let me just maximize this a bit. Okay, okay, so fine. I'm just going to, let's do one thing. I'm just going to refresh this and ask once again. Okay, and yeah, let's wait for us to receive the sources. Okay, and then the answer. Yeah, and here I'm just going to close this. Okay, yep, fine. So on our we are seeing this background color, and after this let's have this transition effect for the duration of 200. Okay, and on our let's just apply this text color white. Okay, so this is, yeah, the text is becoming white. So that's the styling for this button, and below this we will have this rewrite component, where we will try to get this response again. So that we need to write a new component. For that, what I can do is it's better that I write in our separate component. So that I'm just going to create a new folder. So let me just create in here something, let's say message actions. Okay, that's the thing that we wanted to do some actions on the message that we received. And inside this I'm just going to create here this component for our rewrite. So rewrite dot tsx. Okay, so in here I'm just going to create in here this rewrite, and the props that we'll be sending for this, let's just close this thing. The props that we will be sending for this is the rewrite callback function, where we will have this message id, which is going to be of type string, and then the message id. Okay, so let's just destructure those here. The rewrite message id. In here I'm just going to wrap this inside this button. Let's just wrap this, and here let's just have this arrow left right icon. Size is of type 18. Okay, and on click, what we will do is I'm just going to trigger this rewrite function by passing on this message id. And let's just do the styling. So what I can do is I'll just take this styling whatever we have applied for this, and same thing I'm just going to pass on to that for this rewrite. So here let's just have this styling. Okay, so that's the rewrite component. Now we can just use this just below this button component. So let me just use that. Let me just import the rewrite component right below this button. This, did I export it? Okay, so here I'm just going to export this rewrite component. So now I can just import the same rewrite. I'm just going to send this rewrite and message id. So here this is going to be message dot id. Okay, so this is what the rewrite thing, and the rewrite function. So if you just see, this is what I was referring to. So we will not perform any action on this, we will do that later. Let's first complete the UI piece. After this div, I'm just going to have the copy button. So again, for that also it's better if I just create that component inside this folder. Let me just create in here this new file called this copy.tsx. Okay, so in here let's just create this copy component, and this is going to, okay, let me just, yeah, we are going to send in this message as the props, along with that the initial message. Okay, so here this is going to be of type string. So these are the things that will be passing. And now let's have the local state variable to just know whether we clicked on it and copied, and all. According that we need to show the icon. If it is copied, for a while we will show the checked icon, and if it's not copied, we'll show the clipboard icon. Okay, so let's just create this local state variable set copied, where I'm just going to set this to false, and I'm just going to return everything wrapped in this button. Okay, so here, depending upon if this is copied, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to export this component. Okay, and we'll come back to this. Let's just create that div and wrap that the component, and then we'll come back to this copy component and develop that further. So here right below this div, I'm just going to create this new div where I'm just going to display again this in the row direction. Just let's center them and a space of x in 1. Okay, so I can just close this. Okay, so here let me just use the component that we just created, and I'm just going to pass in this initial message, which is going to be message.content, and then I'm just going to pass in this message object. Okay, and now let's just finish this component. So this is the component, the button. So first, based upon the copied value, we'll show the different icons. So if it is copied, the check. Okay, so I'm just going to apply the size as 18. Okay, if not, we are going to show this clipboard list icon. So size, I'm just going to apply this same size of 18. Okay, so this is the things, and let's just apply some styling for this button, and also the on click, what are we doing. Okay, so for styling, let's just copy from whatever we have in the rewrite button styling. So I'm just copy this and go to this. I'm just going to apply the same styling, and now the on click functionality. So here on click, what I'm going to do is first the content to copy. So this one needs to be so I'm going to do some modification to the way that we are going to copy the content. So whatever is present in this the initial message. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, I have not destructured this message and then the initial message. So here the initial message. Okay, and I'm just going to get this message dot sources, and if we have the sources, we have sources. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this additional extra text, kind of saying that these are the citations, and I'm just going to show this sources. Let's just map through each of the sources. Okay, and here source. Okay, and I am just going to get the index and source object, and in here let's just say this as I plus 1. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this source dot metadata dot URL. Okay, and finally we will just join. So let's say I just wanted to, okay, and here I just wanted to join this by a new line. So I'm just going to add in this. Okay, so this is what we will be copying the content. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to use this navigator dot this clipboard, and let's just write text the content to copy. Okay, and I'm just going to set this copy to true, and let's just add in this timeout. Okay, so after 1 second, I'm just going to set this copy back to false. So I'm just going to show you that. Okay, so here, so this is the thing, and now we have already here, this is the copy component. So if I just click on this, you can see it is changed to check, and now the content that it will be is the also if I just show in here, so this is the content that we are copying. So that's the thing. Okay, so the copy component is also included in the message box component. So next what we want is to have the placeholders to kind of edit and the to like, dislike, and so on. So just to take kind of feedback. Again, those are going to be placeholders to just fill in these things. Below this copied thing, I'm just going to have this button, and inside this, let's just have this file pen icon. So I'm just going to set this size to 18. Okay, so that one we need to style this. So whatever the styling we had for this button, I'm just going to copy the same. Okay, so here let's just have this button. Okay, so this one I need to so yeah, and below this I'm just going to add in one more button for thumbs down. So in place of this file pen, I'm just going to add in this thumbs down. Okay, so let's just do this. Okay, so this one the thing I am missing is because I am writing this in the copy component rather than inside this message box component. That's why we are seeing in that way. So let me just import this from Lucid React, and here as well let me just import this, and let's say I'm just going to ask this question. Okay, and let's see this. Basically those are the just placeholders, the icons I just wanted to show. So we will see that eventually. So yeah, so this is the thing of the file pen and then the dislike things and all. Okay, so that's the styling. So finally those are the things, and now we will focus on the component for our searching images and also for searching videos. So for searching videos and images, what we will do is we will create here right after this div a placeholder for our images and all. In here let me just open one more div. So this is where we will try to have the content related to those components. I need to create the component for those respective things. Before even that we were left with the message box loading component, so just the skeleton kind of thing. So just to indicate that we are processing the response that will be showcased on the UI for better user experience and feel. Let's just create that component inside this components folder. Let's just name that as message box loading dot tsx, and this component I'm just going to name as message box loading. Here let's just wrap everything inside this main div, and in here I'm just going to have some placeholders kind of, which I am going to give rounded full, and width I'm just going to give it's a full, and let's have some background color for this. This is the background color, and here let's have this. Again, let's just copy this thing. I'm just going to have 3 divs for skeleton. Okay, and here I'm just going to give some styling for this. Let's just make this as a flex, so that, and also each div needs to be in different columns. So let's make this as the column as the direction, space y in the direction. Okay, and width let's just make it as a full, and if it's a larger screen, width of 9/12. Okay, and background I'm just going to have this background color. Okay, and animate I'm just going to apply this pulse, and rounded I'm just going to have this LG. Okay, and padding of 3. So this is going to be the message box loading component, and I'm just going to export this, and we'll use in the chart component. So here in this message box, all we need to do is use this in this chart window. So, or else let's do one thing. So in this chart component, so this is where we are actually trying to make a call, pass on to this trying to show the message box. If you receive that, if it is loading, I'm just going to set this in here, this loading, and one more check. If the message not appeared at the same time, if these two conditions are met, we will show this message box loading. Okay, so let's just check this now. So I'm just going to here, let's me ask the same question. Yeah, you can see this is the thing that I was talking about, the skeleton, that it is indicating that it's loading and all. So once this is a response is present, we are just removing that. This condition becomes false and this will not be showcased, this will be showcased. Okay, that's the loading component. And after this, we wanted the div to keep scrolling as we see the new messages, the new message text. So this one, I'm just going to apply this, refer this message end, and I'm just going to have this height of 0. We just doesn't want to have any appearance on the screen. So this is just to indicate that we'll be scrolling to the bottom as we keep getting the text from the server. And finally, this is where we need to include this message input component, where we can just ask the further questions and all. For that also, we need to create a new component. Let me just create a new component for that, and I'm just going to, yeah, I think we do have that. Okay, yeah, this is the thing, message input actions now. So I'm just going to create in here this new file called message input. That is where we will try to again take the new question from the, or follow-up question from the user and showcase that message input. So let me just create this component message input, and here let me just close this, send message. Okay, so finally here let's just get that. I'm just going to destructure this send message, and now in here first we will keep in the message input, the thing that we'll be having is to keep track of the message that user is entering, or the question that is entering, that one state variable, and also the whether did he enable the copilot. Again, that's a placeholder, there's no much functionality that we'll be doing with that feature. And the mode, whether is it the single, multi, or and also the text area rows of the text that user is entering. So those are the variables that we need to maintain as a local state variable. So I'm just going to quickly create those variables. So copilot enable, set copilot enable, and I'm just going to set this to false initially, and then the message set message, which is going to be the empty string initially, and then the text area rows, set text area rows, and here I'm just going to set this to 1 initially, and finally this mode, I'm just going to set this to single. So this can have only 2 values, so let's just restrict the types to be multi or this single. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and now we will wrap everything inside the I can do one thing. So the place where we have this empty message chart message input, we can just copy this whole part, and then I'm just going to tweak accordingly this message input. So here I'm just going to copy this whole thing. This is going to be the same. We are just going to send the message, head message, and I'm just going to import this. Let's just import this from text area auto size. Okay, so this is going to be default export, not the, that's the thing, and it's going to be at the same value. I'm just going to attach, and here the thing is on high change we need to set the update the area rows. How do we handle that is I'm just going to use the use effect and change that based upon the message change. So let's use this use effect hook, and in here if this text area rows is greater than or equal to 2 and the message, okay, and this mode is equal to single, I'm just going to set this mode to multi, okay. Else if the this is to update the mode, so there's nothing to do with the setting the text area rows. I will come back, okay. So here if this mode is equals to multi, I'm just going to set this mode to single, okay, and this is going to depend on the text area rows and then the mode value and then the message. So this is the thing, okay, here it has to be, yep, fine. Now here the setting the area rows, that is the height of this needs to be changed. So this we will do it this way. On the height change, we will get this height along with this props from this callback. I'm just going to update this text area rows. So let's just have this seal value by this props dot row height value, okay, and minimum rows I'm not going to set this, and styling, let's just have this for now. I'll just change that, and the placeholder I'm just going to say something like an ask a follow-up question, okay. So in here we need to change a lot of things which I will change in here because we see a lot of issues. I'm just going to change this thing. So post this based upon the mode, we need to showcase if it's a single the copilot toggle and also the button to send, or else kind of send that. And if it's a multi, we need to show the few more components. I'm just going to show, those are all placeholders again, kind of I'll just show the attach component, then copilot toggle, and then the arrow component. So let's do that. So now the components, okay, and also I just wanted the styling of this div to be passed on to this form component, so we will just get rid of this and just render actual components. So what I mean is we will style this form rather than wrapping the components in one more div. And here are the on submit part, and this on key down, it's going to remain same. Only thing that we need to change now is the styling of this form, so that we can get rid of this div part. Here I'm just going to wrap this inside this cn. So background, we will just give this color, and let's have the padding of 4,
make this display as a flex. In a while I'm just going to show this part here. For now I'm not going to show this the reflection in the right side part. Okay, so the overflow, let's just apply the hidden, and I'm just going to have this border color, let's say this 1c color. So I'm just going to have this black color. Okay, fine. And here, based upon some condition, that is, if this mode is equals to this multi, then I'm just going to have this direction set to column, and rounded I'm just going to have this a large and if it is the single, the direction, we will just keep this as the row, and rounded I'm just going to have full circle. This is the styling for this form. Fine. And now in here I can just we will get rid of this. So first thing, if this mode is equals to the single, I'm just going to show this attach component. So that is the component that we have as part of message input actions. Okay, after this text area auto size component we are going to show. That's where the actual user will be giving us the input. So this value will be that, and on change we are just going to update this message variable. On height change, I'm just going to adjust the rows of this text area by the height as well as this props row height. For styling, for now, let's just leave this as it is, or else okay, I'm just going to give this transition effect for this. In background, let me just keep that as a transparent. Placeholder color, it's going to remain same, and the placeholder text size, I'm just going to make smaller as well. Okay, so like we are making the normal size also as a smaller. Okay, in color it's going to be white, and resize none, focus outline and same, or width full, and maximum height we're going to keep that same, and height is also is going to remain same. So only thing, I'm just going to apply this flex grow as well as this flex shrink styling for this. Okay, so this is going to be styling for this text area size, auto size, and placeholder is going to remain same. After this, if this mode is equals to a single, I'm going to render this part. So let me just wrap inside this div. So here we will be rendering this copilot toggle, and also the button to send that response. Okay, so let's just make this as a flex, and the direction to be row items, I'm just going to center them, and the space in x direction, let's just have for. So that's this div, and here I can just use this copilot toggle which we already have. This copilot enabled, the props that will be passing this variable copilot enabled, and the callback function to update this variable set copilot enabled. Okay, so this is the thing, and below this I'm just going to add in this button, which we are going to use this arrow up icon. And for this, let me adjust the size of 17. So here, so whatever we have in here, maybe I can just take this okay, I'll just copy this whole styling part and everything, and use it here. Okay, so for this button, so this will be disabled if this message is of length 0. If not, we are going to apply this stylings. Okay, so the stylings which you already saw, that's the components that will be showcasing if the mode is single. Now the other part, so if the mode is multi, so this is where I'm just going to, yeah, if this mode is equals to this multi, I have to render this part. So this we are going to wrap again inside one more div, and let's just make this also display flex. The direction is a row, items, I'm just going to center them, justify, let me just between, okay, and width full, padding top, let's say 2, okay, fine. And here I can just use this attach component, okay, so I can just, yeah, this the attach, and after this the same thing applies. So what the thing that we showcased here, I can just take this and copy the same. Either we can write this as again wrapped in one more component and then use that for better reusability rather than writing again and again. Again, it's left to your choice, okay. So okay, fine. And yeah, I need to close this div. Fine, so that's the thing, okay. So this is going to be the components, and the remaining part I'm just going to remove this as part of this thing. So now we have this message input component in place, so we will just use this here in this chart component, okay. So I mean in this chart component, so after this div, so based upon this divider width, if it is greater than 0, okay, and this is what I'll be rendering. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this div, and inside this div we will just import the component which we just created. So did I not export? I think so. Yep. So this one, oh, I did not this message input. So yeah, let me just import this, export default message input, okay, and let's go back to the chart component. So I can just import this, and the thing that we need to send as a props is the send message callback function, okay. So yeah, you can see this is what I was talking about, okay. Now we have this actions and underscore follow up and the copilot and the button, okay. So we need to style this, so let me just style this, have this bottom like 24, okay. So and if it's a larger, I'm just going to have completely at the bottom, and let's just make this position as a fixed, okay. And I'm just going to give here the set index as a 40. Fine, so let me just show this, okay. Width I need to take care, so this width I can do it this way. So let's just set this width to this divider width, okay, fine, yeah. So now this is looking good for me, okay. So that's the message input component, okay. So now in this chart section, so now if I just ask the another question, let's see thing. So you can see we are correctly updating the as a follow-up question, and we are supposed to expect the results to come back from the server, and yeah, and this is working as expected, okay. So this is looking cool, and this is what I was talking about, how we can build an application like this. So fine, so this is the core functionality of the application that I wanted to cover. We have this thing, and the next thing, let's focus on this navbar section. So I just wanted to show the conversations text, the title and all those things that I'm going to write in here, maybe just a placeholder for now. Again, we can make a lot of changes as part of this application. Let's just yeah, and also in here still we have a lot of things left apart from this navbar, and apart from that main things, this search part which we have written and exposed a separate endpoint for searching images and for searching videos. So let's go on to build the searching the images component, and then we will try to integrate this. So this one, let's do one thing. Let's just create, let's just maximize this window. Okay, so likewise we created the components in this components folder. So I'm just going to create the new file for searching images, and first we will have the default component with just the div hi or something saying like that, and we'll integrate this and start making changes in this component. So here this is the component, so I'm just going to create this and name this as the search images. The thing that will be passing on as a props to this component is a query string. So let me just restructure the same, this query string. Okay, fine. And here let me just return for now this as the images or something like that. And in here I'm just going to export this component. Okay, so this search images, and this we need to make use of this to show in the screen that we are seeing. So that one, what I will do is, and here you already know we have written a separate endpoint to make a call to the service that is search xng, and give us the better results from multiple engines. As of now we have restricted it to get the results from Google engine and then the Bing engine. Okay, so fine. So that one, what I will do is we need to integrate this inside our message box component. So in here let me just import this message search images. Okay, so once we import this search images, I'm going to wrap this inside one more div in this component, and then we can see that in action. So this is the empty div we left for the image part. Okay, so let's do one thing. So in here I'm just going to import this search images, and we need to pass in the query. So here I'm just going to use this the history thing, and the message index -1, the last part, and pass in this content. Okay, so this is the thing. So here I can just check this as part of the div. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to apply the styling so that we'll be able to see this in here. First, for this div I wanted to make as a sticky. Okay, so that, and also let's add the top thing as 20. Okay, and direction as a column, and display as the flex. And let me just minimize this so that we can have better screen space. And let's just center this items, and let's have a space in the y direction 3. Width I'm just going to apply full, and also we are going to restrict the width to just the 3/12 of the width. And I'm just going to have a more z index 30. Height, let's just set this to full, and a padding bottom of 4. Okay, so here what I need to do is so if you can just check that this the message box. Okay, so in here this is the thing which the div part. Okay, so as of now you will not see, so I'm just going to make changes as part of this component, and you will start seeing the changes. So heading back to this search images, so in this we need to maintain again local state for storing the images that we get as part of our result. And just to give better experience, that we are making a call to the service loading field, and to open the images view, so that you can just slide in for multiple images viewing and slides. Okay, so that we are going to handle everything in this part now. So let me first in here, yeah, the state variables to store the images. Let me name this as images, and this is going to be image array, or let me just give a definition for the image. Let's type image. We are going to store the URL of the image of and also the source of this image, which is going to be of type string, and then the title of that image. So this is going to be simple definition of the image, and we are going to store multiple images. So I'm just going to make this as array. Initially I'm just going to set this to null. After this images, the variable to keep track of loading or not, this is going to be of type of boolean. I'm just going to set this to false, and the state to know whether opened or not, so this is for that. I'm just going to set this also to false. And finally the slides, which is going to be again the array, and I'm not going to be strict on this type, so I'm just going to give this as the any array, and initially let's just set it to empty array. Okay, so now the UI part, so let's just wrap this everything inside a fragment. And in here, if actual the thing to query like the div which says something like search images, that's when we'll start making a call to our service and try to fetch in the results and show it to the user. So we need to show that only if it's not loading and images that we have in the variable is null. So that's the condition I'm just going to set in here. It's not loading and this images is null. Okay, and only then I'll be rendering this section. First the button, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this button. The functionality that's need to be handled when we click on this button, I'm going to come back to that. Styling also I'll come back to that. So let first here we'll have a div wrapped inside this button for image icon, and then the text which says search images. I'm just going to make this display as a flex, direction as a row, items, so let's just center them, and the space I'm just going to give in x direction 2. So inside this, first the images icon, and the size I'm just going to give as 17, and the text as the search images. Okay, so that if want, we can just see that. Okay, so let me query this again, and I'm just going to remove this. So let's ask the same. Okay, this time I'm just going to, yeah, so I'm just asking this question, and let's wait for us to get the results, and then I can just show you this the search images part component. Okay, so if I just Okay, I'm not seeing anything. That's because I need to style this button. So let me just style this. The button, what I can do is, first let's have this border. Yeah, you can see here there's the position that we were looking, and let's make this border as dashed. Border color, I'm just going to give this this black color. Okay, and on hovering we will have this different background color. Okay, and active, let's just apply this scale effect. So yeah, this is what I was referring to, active. Okay, and after this, for the duration, let's say 200, this transition effect, and let's have this padding in the x direction 4 and in y direction 2. Okay, so if I, this is the thing I was referring to, padding, and the display, I'm just going to make this as the flex and the direction as a row. Let's just center this items, justify, let's be between, and have this corners rounded, text color as white. Yeah, now you can see as soon as we made the text color as white, the search images and the icon and the text which I just added, and the size of the text, I'm just going to make this to be small, and the width, let's just give full width. Okay, yeah, so that's the styling for this button, and now we're able to see that part. So this is the thing, and just below that I'm just going to have the add this plus icon, and let's just give the color for this text as this blue color, so 2480ED. Okay, fine, and the size, I'm just going to give this as 17. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so now we need to focus on click part, and also if it's a loading also, we need to render the skeleton indicating that we are trying to fetch the results. Okay, before that, okay, let's just worry about this on click functionality. So now you saw this, I can just minimize this. Will come when I want to show again the UI piece, I'll just maximize this part. Okay, so in here this on click, and we are going to make an API call, so I'm just making this as a synchronous. First thing we need to do is set this loading to true. After this, let's try to get the result by making a call to this images endpoint which we just created. So that needs to be so the this the environment base URL. I am going to refer to this base URL, which is the next public API URL, and the endpoint is the images. Okay, and we need to specify this, what is the method type and all. So this method type is the post, and headers, I'm just going to specify this content type as the application slash JSON. Okay, fine, and then we need to pass in the body where we are supposed to pass the query and along with that chat history, the body. So I'm just going to stringify this as the property query, along with that the chart history. So this chart history, I'm just going to pass in this empty array. So that's the call to a service. So once we make a call to the service, we will collect the data from that service. So that is const data, and I'm just going to wait for this give me the JSON. once I collect this data, the images we are going to collect in this way. So that is the data dot images, and then once I get that, I'm just going to update this our images variable with the images that we got from the service. And also we need to update this slides variable. So this let's just iterate through this images array that we got and get the each image, uh, and here I'm just going to only give the source here, so which is the image dot the image source. That's the value that we'll be storing in our slides. And the finally I'm just going to set back the loading value to false. So this is the functionality that we'll be handling as part of this on click of this button. Okay, so that's the case when we wanted to make a call to the service. Now the situation where we are making a call, and to show that we are in the process of fetching the results, we need to render the skeleton. So that's will handle here. If the loading is true, only then we are supposed to show the skeleton. So this is the div that I will be showcasing. So if you wanted to see this in action, so by default what I can do is I'm going to set this loading to true. Okay, and we will start making changes to that and you will see this in action. Okay, so this is going to be a simple what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a simple array of size 4. Okay, and let's iterate through that and just get the index from that, and I'm just going to have this 4 divs. So this key, I'm just going to have this thing. So this divs I'm going to have. Now you'll not be seeing anything because I need to style this. So here the styling for this background color will have this black. Okay, so kind of gray or whatever you can call this background color. And height, I'm just going to set this to 32, and also width, let's just give full. Okay, and have this rounded corners, and I'm just going to apply this animate pulse thing, and aspect ratio of video, and object cover. Okay, so that's the thing. So you can see here these are the things that I was talking about. You can see this. Now to better way of representing this, we will make this display as the grid, and also I'm just going to restrict the calls to 1. Okay, and if it is the larger screen, let's have these columns set to 2. Okay, so you can see that, and also let's have some gaps so there's no distinction between the divs. Yeah, now you can see here this is the loading that I was talking about. So when we are in a state of fetching, this is what we'll be showcasing for a good user experience. Okay, so I'll just set back this loading value to false. Okay, so here, so that's the thing. And yeah, let me just minimize this part. That is the thing. Now to show the actual images, for that this is where we'll be rendering. The condition is if the images is not equals to null, and we have the images that we got from the service call, we are going to render those images here. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this fragment, and here let's again make this display as a grid and have 2 columns and try to have some gap between each image and render that. So this is the div. Let's just have this display as a grid, columns 2 and a gap of 2. Inside this I'm just going to iterate through this images. First let's confirm if the length of the images is greater than 4. If it is this, so we am just going to slice till third index and try to show that images. If not, we will just show the complete images, and if images length is greater than 4, we'll have a button which says kind of view more images, and that's when we will try to show in the sliders format. If this is greater than 4, so I'm just going to slice till third index. Okay, so this is how we'll do it, slicing, and then I'm just going to iterate through this each image and then render it as the image component. Okay, so here just I'm just going to give here the key as the index. Source, I'm just going to mention in here this the image dot this image source. The title, let's just give this as the image dot title, and the styling I'll just come back to this. So this is the thing, and if this condition is false, and this is what we will be displaying. Okay, so this image thing. Okay, and in here. Okay, so this is same thing. I can just copy this. We need to make few changes which I will make eventually, and then we will have the same thing in this as well. Okay, so that's the thing. So the still issue is okay. What is the issue in here is, I think this, no, fine. I still see issue. The bracket, this one, I need to have in here one thing. Did I miss? Okay, this one I'm supposed to close. Okay, and in here I just have, okay, here I'm just going to close this, and I'm just going to, yeah, okay, so this is the thing, and after this I am just going to fine. Okay, so this is the thing, and here now the styling I'm supposed to do. So first thing is, let's do one thing. I just wanted to just at least see this. So clicking on this, we are making a call to the service, and let's wait for us to see the results. Yeah, you can see we got the results of our latest task, Sam Altman, and we are just showcasing here this thing. Okay, so fine, and now I need to style this part. So I made a call to this so that I can style it, and you guys can also see that in the right side. Okay, so in here the styling part, first I'm just going to give in here height as a full, and width also full, and aspect I'm just going to give it here as a video. Okay, and object, let's just apply this object cover, and let's have this rounded corners. Okay, and this transition, I'm just applying this transition, and for the duration of, let's say, 200, and this active, I'm just going to apply the scale effect, so let's say 95 in this case. And cursor, I just wanted it to be pointer, so that's the styling. So this the same thing we can just copy to this below as well. So this is the thing. So now if I just hover, we are seeing this cursor, so that's the thing. And now the on click functionality for both the things we need to handle. So that thing inside this I'm going to handle here. So as soon as we click on this image, first we will set this open to true. And in the slides, the first images, I'm just going to set the current image on which the user has clicked, that is this slides of I. Okay, and then I'm just going to add in the other images in this way. So here this remaining things, that is the slides this I plus 1. Okay, so this is the way that we are going to first position the image as the first index, and the rest we will be adding like this. I can just take this on click functionality and move to there and do the same thing in this image part also. So that's the thing what we'll be doing on clicking of the images. And as I said, we will be showcasing the button to view more if the image's length is greater than 4. So in here, if this image's length is greater than 4, that's where we will be rendering this thing, the button. So I can just wrap everything inside this button. So in here we will just slice the images array again from third index to the sixth index, and try to show that images, and remaining I'm just going to show the count, like view this many and more images. And as soon as he clicks on the images, we are going to show the slide view. So that I am going to handle using this library. I'm not going to write the in-house code for that. So let me, what I was talking is this library at another React lightbox. So I'll just show you this. So yeah, so this is the thing, so which is going to help me uh, to slide in like this. So this is what we wanted. So these are just the images. Okay, so I'm just going to install this, just letting you know where you can look for more information on this library. I'm just adding this, so I'm just going to minimize this, and let's just import this library along with that stylings. In here I'm just importing this, and let's just go back to this thing. And so these were the images. Now you will see this as soon as I import this lightbox component. So it's a simple. So this lightbox, this is how we are supposed to use this lightbox component and pass on this props, and we'll be good to go and see it. So I'll just show you that in a while. So here, right after this div, I'm just going to show this. So here this lightbox, and the opening state will be supported by this open variable, and close. All we are supposed to do is toggle this open value, set this open to false. And slides, I'm just going to pass on this slides thing. Okay, so we can just check that out now. So if I click on this, so this is what I was talking about. So this slide view, which is super cool, right? So the same thing, if I just maximize this part and try to click on this, and this is what will be seen. Okay, so if you wanted, yeah, now the things that's pending for us is the remaining images. Okay, so for this part, I need to first complete this button which says to view more. Let's do that because we have more than 3 images in here. That's why we are just showcasing this slicing of 3 values. In this button, I'm going to wrap everything inside div, first to show 3 more and then the option to view more. Let's make this display as a flex and a direction as a row, and center this items and space of 1 in the x direction, and I'm just going to close this. Inside this, simple, let's just iterate through this images, slice from 3rd index to 6th index, and get that individual images along with that image and the index. I'm just going to have this image, so let's just copy this and we will change the styling and all, but so here I'm not going to have this on click functionality. So key is going to be that image source, and this styling, instead of having height full and width full, let's just have height 6 and width I'm just going to have 12, and rounded I'm just going to have this medium, and if it's a larger screen I'm just going to have height set to 3 and also width set to 6, just the half of what the actual value is. And aspect video and object cover are going to remain same, and others I'm just going to discard this. Okay, let me just remove these things. Cursor active and transition during effect, and rounded we just change it to medium. So this is the styling of the images it's going to be. After this div, all I can do is show the text which says view remaining images. To have this text visible, we need to make this text as a white color by let's 70, and text size to be extra small, and the text is it's going to be view images dot slice this. I'm just going to, yep, okay, so this is what I was talking about. So you can see view 2 more and the other 3 images we are showcasing. This is not looking good because we are yet to style this thing. So let's just style this button part. So first on click, what we have to do is I'll have to set this open to true, so that we will have this slider view, and that's where we can have the view of the other images. The styling for this, okay, first the background I'm just going to have this gray color or black color set, I mean dark gray color. Okay, and on hover I will have this color. Okay, and let's have this transition effect, and for the duration of 200, and active I'm just going to have this scaling effect just like we had for other images. And height I'm going to set it to auto, and width let's set it to full, and let's have this rounded corners, and direction as the column, and display as a flex. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this direction to be a column, and let's have this justify between text color. I'm just going to have this white and a padding of 2. Okay, so that's the styling of the images. Now if I just show you the bigger view, you can just see how it's going to look as well. So here, this is what it's going to look like. Okay, so the just 3 images, and we have this. So we are just going to click on this, and we can just see the other images. So the 3 images and the other images that we got. So these are the images that we got from the result, and you can see this is how we'll be showcasing the view. That's the search component, searching image component. For now, what I'll do is, right below this, I'll add a placeholder for video search as well, which we haven't built an agent or logic to get the videos or results and all. But let's quickly add a the placeholder for that right below this search images component. In here, let me wrap everything inside this div. Inside this div, like we had it in search images, the icon, and then the text for search videos, and then the plus icon. Okay, so let me wrap that inside this div and make this display as a flex and direction to be a row. Items, I'm just going to center them, and space in the x direction too. Okay, so this is going to be the div, and inside this let's add this video icon, and size, I'm just going to set this to 17. Okay, so we should be able to see that. Let's complete this text first. This search videos. Okay, that's because we are not able to see. I need to make this text color to be white. Okay, and here text color white, and also let me first add in this border, and border let's say dashed border. Okay, why am I not able to see this? Okay, let me add the color, then yeah, border dashed and border color, I'm just going to add in. Fine, and let's make this, I don't know, let me check. I think, am I doing something wrong? Where is that images? Let me maximize this part, and I just wanted to check if there is anything that I'm missing. Okay, so this is that div, and okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to refresh this, and let's try to ask again. Fine, I just wanted to check, double check if I'm missing something, or else, if I see some DOM elements, then I'll just go ahead and continue that. So we are just waiting for the results. Okay, yeah, there is now. Okay, so I can just close this DOM now, and here let me just search for images, and this is the div that we are trying to add. Okay, fine.
Let's just continue the search. We just added this border color, and let's have some padding in the x direction and also in the y direction. I'm just going to 4. Okay, in y direction I'm just going to add let's say 2, and display to be flex, and direction to be row. Let's just center the items and justify, let's say, between rounded. I'm just going to give this large. Text we already gave as white, and text size to be a bit smaller. Width I'm just going to give here width full. Okay, yeah, so this is the search videos. As of now, this is a placeholder. We will come back to its functionality after a while. And here for now, just add this plus icon, and let's just give the text color the blue color 24A0ED. Okay, and I'm just going to give the size as the 17. Yeah, so that's the icon. So this is just a placeholder for videos, and yeah. Now and also I just wanted to add a navbar with something like, the last time that we asked the question, just the time ago, kind of that indication, and also the few starting text of the question or the message content and all. So that's the thing I wanted to show in this navbar. Let's try to create a component for navbar like we did for the others. For that, let's do one thing. In this components folder itself, I'm just going to create a new file called navbar. Okay, in here let's just quickly create a navbar component, and I can just minimize this because once we have this ready, only then I'll be able to show you in the UI part. And this is going to be this navbar, and the thing that will be sending as a props to this component is the messages array. I'll tell you how we are going to use that to show the text that I wanted to show as a part of the navbar. So let's just destructure the same. This is going to be of type this message array, which I can import this from. Okay, so which I can import this from this chart window. So yeah, this is the thing, and let's just destructure this messages. Okay, I'm just going to make this plural, and for now let's just have this div so that we can use in the page that currently we are viewing. Export default this navbar. That's the navbar. Okay, so now this one we would wanted to use in the chart page. I mean this chart window or component. I'm just going to add the same. So in this chart window, right before this chart component, all I want to do is import this navbar component. So you will not see anything as of now. We will add this, and also I need to send the messages, and that's the reason we are seeing that issue. So I'll just send that messages value as a props to this component. Now we have this messages and navbar integrated into chat window. Let's go back to this navbar component and make changes in that so that we can see the changes reflecting on the right part of the screen. Here, before going on to the actual rendering components part, what is that we wanted to maintain as a local state part of this component. As I said before, I just wanted to have a
few characters as a title, and also the time ago that we wanted to show. So those we will store in use state variable using these local variables. Okay, so here this title, I'm just going to set this title. Okay, and use state, this is going to be of type a string. Initially I'm just going to set it to empty string, and then this time ago, so set time ago. So here use state, let's just make this default value as also the empty string. And now I wanted to update the title based upon the values or the change that we see in the messages props that we are receiving for this component. So the best place to handle the changes is in the use effect hook. So I'm just going to use this use effect and try to update the title that we wanted to show in our navbar. So here the first base check for messages, if only this messages length is greater than 0, only then we will try to inculcate this logic for calculating this new title. So this new title is going to be simple. We are going to just take the first index content and just check whether this is greater than 20. If so, I am going to get the substring from 0 to 20th index. If not, we will directly show whatever is present as part of this content. So in here, messages of the 0 dot content dot substring 0 to 20, and we can just have this ellipsis indication that this is having more, or else I'm just going to give directly whatever we have in this content. Okay, so that's the new title that we wanted to be showcased on the navbar, and we will just pass on this value to this title variable using this set title callback function. Let's just send this new title to that. And here this new time ago, it's also the simple logic. So I wanted to have a util function which can help me to calculate the time difference, and so that it will be more user friendly, that he can understand better. So it's I'm just going to okay, fine, it's because of this error. Let's just create quickly the utils for that calculating the time difference in this folder. I'm going to create this function and export this. Let's just name this as the format time difference, and here we'll be passing on two dates as the props for this, date 1 and date 2, and we are going to return the string as the return type of this function. In here, let's just calculate the difference in seconds and store in this diff in seconds variable. This is how we are going to calculate this math.floor of this, and I'm just going to calculate this absolute difference between this two dates, date 2 dot get time, and I'm just going to subtract this from date 1 dot get time and just divide by this milliseconds, which is the thousands. So this is going to give us the difference in seconds. So once I have this in difference in seconds, what we need to do is we need to just check if this is less than 60, then we can just showcase this is the second or seconds, and then like this, the formatting, the better formatting and showcasing it to the user. This is if this diff is in seconds is less than 60. So this is what I'll be returning, diff in seconds, and I'm just going to have this second, and again double check if diff in seconds is double digit. So that is if diff in seconds is not equals to 1, then I'm just going to have s, or else I'm just going to have this empty thing second. Okay, so that is the thing. And now health part. So else if this diff in seconds is less than 3600, what we will do is we will just divide this diff in seconds by 60, and then have this add this minute plural or singular. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. I don't have to explain much about this. Let's just calculate this diff in seconds by 60 minute, and then I'm just going to add this plural s or not based upon this calculation. If okay, I just floor of this in seconds by this 3600. If this is not equals to 1, then we will have this s appended. If not, this empty string. Okay, fine. And what's the issue here? Okay, I need to close this inside this bracket. Okay, fine. So that was for minutes, and next is the hours and day and years. Those things are left. Else if difference in seconds is less than 86,400, I'm just going to return this math.floor and just divide this diff in seconds by this 86,400, and just have this okay, I did sorry, it has to be 3600, not okay. And we need to append this with the hover, and I'm just going to have this diff in seconds by this 3600, and if I receive the value which is not equals to 1, then I'm just going to append s. Okay, yeah, append yes, or else just the empty string. And here I need to close this, and this has to be in here. Okay, so that's for our showcasing. And next is this day. So if diff is seconds is less than this 31536 zeros, then I can just copy this. I'm just going to change the text. So instead of this 3600, this is going to be now 86,400. Okay, and here instead of this hour, this is going to be the day, and here as well I'm just going to have this 86,400, and yeah, so this is going to be the same. And finally, the last thing that I want to show here is this here's finally the health part, and I'm just going to copy the same, and we will need to change this one with this number. So here is the thing, and even this I'm just going to change this, and instead of this however, it's going to be this here. Okay, this is just the util function. You might have understood by now. It's pretty simple function which is going to convert into the way that we normally converse, and this is the thing. So now we have this. I'm just going to use this in the nav bar. So let's just import this the function that is in a format time difference. This format time difference, and all we need to do is pass in this current date instance, so that is new date, and then the whatever we have in this messages of 0 dot the created at value. and I'm just making this as a not null. Okay, and I'm just going to update that value, the difference in this the set time ago variable. Okay, so this is the new time ago, so that's the thing. And in here the dependency that we wanted to have this code run on this user effect is the messages. So I'm just updated that. Now yeah, the UI part. So we will simple in here. I'll just have a clock icon and then time ago showcasing, and then the title, and if at the right end I'm just going to have this the sharing or deleting, which are again placeholders. We'll just complete that part in here now. Inside this, first thing I will have the edit icon from this Lucid React, and the size I'm just going to set this to 17, and we need to style this. I'll come back to this styling later, but also let me just have that screen shown so that we can see the navbar in action as well. Here I'm just asking something like, who founded Y Combinator. Okay, there is an issue with this navbar. So what I will do for now, let me just comment this part. Okay, and we will see that in action later. Who founded okay, so we will eventually style this and then take care of this. Created at we'll make this as a mandate. There's a reason we saw that. So fine, and this one also I think we shouldn't see any problem. Okay, fine. Now I just want to focus on this navbar, and I just wanted to have this editor. So for that, let's just style this main div. Let's give this as a fixed, and the color, let's just have this color as text white by 70. So you can see this edit icon is present now. Let me just yeah, I can see fine. So the edit icon, and let's have this z index 40 so that it always overlays on any other things. Want it to be at the top, and also left 0, so now it's moved towards left, and also this right 0, and let's have padding in the x direction 4. And if it's a larger screen, I just wanted more padding towards left, so 32. And in the right direction, let's just have the 4. In the x direction, I'm just going to have this 8, and let's just make this display as a flex, and a direction as a row. Items, I'm just going to center the items, and justify, I'm just going to have this between. Width, let's just make this full. In padding in the y direction 4, and the text size, let's just make this to be small, and let's have some border at the bottom. So yeah, that's the bottom. And the background color, I'm just going to add in this color, which is this is the color that will make this background. Okay, and the border color, I'm just going to add in this color one. See, yep. Okay, so now it's looking quite decent. So that's the styling for that, and now we will try to style this.
So that is on active. I just wanted to have the scale effect like we did for the other icons. And also let's just apply this transition and the duration of 100. And cursor, I just want it to be pointer, and if it's a larger screen, I just wanted to hide it. Okay, so if you see, yeah, the cursor pointer and all. Yeah, now below this I will have the actual clock symbol and the time that we wanted to show. So this one, let me wrap this inside one more div. So I'm just going to have this clock icon, and I'm just going to give the size to be 17, and this one I need to yeah, this is the clock. Now I need to style this accordingly. So for this div, normally I'll just hide this, and we will show only in the larger screen, and the direction as a column. Items, I'm just going to center them in the space in the x direction too. Okay, so yeah, if I just, yeah, so that's the thing, that's the icon. And now let's give the text here in this p tag. So in this p tag, I'm just going to give, for now let's just hard code something like this: 15 minutes ago. So we will not see this. Let's yeah, this is the thing 15 minutes ago, and I just wanted the text size to be extra small. So let's just make this as the extra small. Yeah, okay, so it's looking quite decent. That's the showcasing of the time. We will change this hard coded value to time ago that we have the variable, and we were receiving error because of this. So I need to ensure that this is present, so which I will change this in a while. Next is the title. So just below this div, in the p tag, I'm just going to say something like, who founded, something like this. Okay, and the styling, you wanted to see, yeah, this is the thing. And here the styling for this, I'm just going to not show in this smaller screen, and only in this larger screen I'll just show that. So that's the thing. And also I need to give below this the two icons I'm just going to add in. So since this is justify between, once I add this, it will be at the center of the screen, the about title. Yeah, so who founded and all. And this one, first thing, I'll have this share icon, share this icon. And size, I'm just going to give this 17. And the styling, I'll come back to this styling. And then the icon to delete this. So these are all placeholders for now, nothing is functional. Okay, so yeah, if I just expand this, you can see this is there in the column, I mean in the block. So what I will do, let me make this display as a flex, and flex row, and let me have this space in the x direction 4. And also I just wanted these items to be centered. Okay, so that's the thing. And I'll just minimize this. Fine. Now styling to these things, so pretty much the same whatever we had for other icons, I'm just going to apply for this icon too. In here I'm just going to copy paste the styling for this, and also for this. Okay, so yeah, 1 second. So I will not have this hidden because I'm not able to see that. I will just remove this part. Okay, yeah, so that's the nav bar. uh, yeah, and also this one,
I'm going to remove this. Let's just see this. Okay, fine. There is still a bit work pending on this styling, which we can come back to it at any point of time. So this is the nav bar, and now this nav bar is also in a decent shape. Okay, so looking quite decent. This nav bar is also completed. So now the main focus of us next would be on other agents that we want to handle. So basically if I just and also here I need to correct this input actions buttons. Where is this? Yes, so input actions, so we can just minimize this. For the attach and all, I need to mention this type as a button, so that this will not be considered as the form submit. So I'm just changing this. Fine, so that's the thing. So it's just added to prevent this form submit. Now the thing is, the main focus that we will go ahead focusing on is the focus modes. As I said, we will have a lot of focus modes as part of this, where we will focus on first the YouTube searching for the videos. That's the thing which we just added as a placeholders. And also if you want to search particular popular forums like Reddit, like that, and also for academic search and those kind of agents, we will this is the front end part, and this is what I wanted to showcase for now. And now we will switch back to our back end part, where we will try to write the agents like we did for image search and also web search. In similar way, we will try to write for the other focus modes, and have it ready, and then we'll use that agents in our front end. Okay, so that's the thing. Let me just switch to this source folder. The source folder in agents, so I can just minimize this. For UI part, I'll just come back later, so I can just minimize this, or else I'll just keep this as is. In here we will focus on writing the agent for YouTube search first. So I'm going to create in here this new file. Let me just name this as this YouTube search agent dot ts. Okay, so this is the agent where this is the expert at searching the videos for the query that we are going to post in, like we did right for the images. So let me start creating the instances of chat LLM and LLM and the embeddings, and then define the retriever prompt, response prompt, and the same fashion like we did for the two agents which we have written. So let me create this. Before going to this agent, I think I forgot to update the navbar hard-coded values with the actual values. So let's just complete that. I just forgot that. So in this, first we'll have to make changes in this created ad. I need to make this as the mandate value, so that the value that will be passing on to this util function which you have written will not throw us any errors. Okay, so let me just remove this optional created ad for this message. And now when we were trying to create the here the role user, we need to add in this created ad, and I'm just going to provide in here this new date instance. Okay, so that's the one thing. And also in the here, when we were trying to set the sources, I need to set this created at value to this new date. So same thing here as well. So let me just add in this new date. Okay, so those are the changes that we need to make in order to avoid the error from that util function. Now going to this navbar component, so I'm just going to go to this navbar, and in here now I can just uncomment this thing, and also whatever I have outcoded. So instead of 15 minutes I can just use this dynamic value this time ago, and also in here I can just use this title. Okay, so if I just expand this, let me just refresh, and we'll go for asking one more question, and then we will see that in action. Okay, so in here let's wait for us to get the results. So okay, so I did get the result, and now coming down to this, so you can see this is what dynamically we're trying to show: the question, auxiliary page, and then the thing, the 13 seconds ago of the time. Okay, so fine. So now dynamically we're able to do it, and also the small thing that I need to add in here, that is I'll be listening to update the time difference. Okay, so that one I will be writing the logic in one more use effect. So let's have this function, which is the set interval callback function. So if this messages dot length is greater than 0, so I'm just going to calculate this new time ago using this format time difference, and I'm just going to pass in this new date. The second param is going to be these messages of 0 dot created at. Okay, and we are going to update this new time ago. Okay, fine. And this interval I'm going to give 1 second, so 1000 milliseconds. And in the cleanup I'm just going to call this clear interval function and pass in this id, and this is going to stop. Okay, so to just avoid this I can disable this. Yeah, fine. So this is the small difference, and this is now we are done with this navbar component. Now we can move to the agents part, so the YouTube search agent. So let's go to this. Yeah, I'm just going to minimize this, and here is the YouTube search agent. So let's import this chat LLM, the chat OpenAI, like we did for this image search. I can do one thing, whatever we have for this web search, I'm just going to copy everything, and I'll just make changes accordingly for our YouTube search agent. So this chat LLM, the LLM, and embeddings model and all, it's going to remain same. Only thing is, now instead of this basic search retriever prompt, it's going to be a basic YouTube search retriever prompt. So I can just tweak in this way, YouTube search retriever prompt, and we'll have to prepare a prompt. So I'm just going to given the before the prompt that I have prepared for us to hack this as the YouTube search agent. So let's I'm just going to give this reference in the description, or in the code that I'll be attaching in the description. You can just refer to that. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. That is, you will be given a conversation below and a follow-up question. You need to refresh the follow-up question if needed. So it is a standalone question that can be used by LLM to search the web for information. If it's a writing task, a simple hi, hello rather than a question, you need to write not needed as the response. Example, so how does an AC work? Rephrased AC working. Follow-up question, linear algebra explanation video. What is linear algebra?
follow-up question, what is the theory of relativity, what is the theory of relativity. So, and we are going to pass in this dynamic chart history, along with that the follow-up question, and then this is going to give us the refreshed question. Okay, so this is the basic YouTube search retriever prompt that we'll be using. And now this one more thing, so for response format, so we need to ask it to give us a response in a particular format. So that also I'm just going to refer the default prompt, so you can just refer to that in the code base. Okay, so here instead of this web search, I'm going to change this to basic YouTube search response format, and I'm just going to replace this with the thing that I have. So you are a future search, and this is the thing, so I can just read out that for you. So I can, yeah, you are a future search, an AI model who is expert at searching the web and answering users queries. You are set on focus mode YouTube. So these are the focus modes. You'll understand what does this mean. So you are set on a focus mode YouTube. This means you'll be searching for videos on the web using YouTube and providing information based on the video transcript. Generate a response that is informative and relevant to the user's query based on provided context. And this is like, pretty standard. And also, how do you give the citation format, and also it's very important for you to act and get the response the way you wanted. You can just refer to this prompt in like this, and the dynamic value that will be passing this context, so that it provides the response the way we want it. So if you think there's nothing relevant in the search results, you can say that I'm sorry, I cannot find any relevant information on this topic. Would you like me to search again or ask something else? If anything between the context is retrieved from YouTube and it's not part of conversation with the user, today's date is this. Yeah, so this is the so you can see here we are asking it to give the citation reference in this format and everything. You can just check this out. Okay, that's the prompt. Okay, so now we have that, and we are going to use the same the reading docs and processing docs, and also string parsers. And now here the basic chain input is also going to remain same, chat query, chat history and query. And here instead of this web search, I'm going to change this to basic YouTube search retriever chain. And here instead of this basic search, I need to add in this YouTube search retriever prompt and LLM and string parser, and this is going to be pretty much same, so we doesn't have to tweak much. And now in here we need to specify in here the engine that we wanted to search, and here the engine that we wanted to search is the YouTube, so that it will just search for the answers that we are looking using the YouTube engine, like we normally go to YouTube application and then query for the thing that we want. Okay, that's what this is going to do. And once the results, and we are going to store that in the documents, and then we are going to return from that. And now here this answering chain, I need to change this to basic YouTube search answering chain, and the query it's going to remain pretty much same. And here instead of this basic web search, this is going to be basic YouTube search retriever chain. The piping and the processing docs, it's going to remain same. And now the prompt template, here in place of this YouTube, all I have to do is replace with YouTube. This is going to remain same, so that's the thing. And now let's just tweak this this basic web search function. I'm going to change this to basic YouTube search, and the query and history is there, emitter, and let's just change this to YouTube, and query and all it's going to remain same, so we don't have to tweak much. And here instead of this handle web search, this has to be handle YouTube search. And this one also I'm just going to change this to basic YouTube search. And here as well, let's just change this to basic YouTube handle YouTube search. So this is the logic for us to search the YouTube for the query that user is asking. So only the difference is we need to define prepare the pre-prompt template for this YouTube search, and also the response that we are expecting in what format, and just to give an example how it is supposed to, and just pre-prompting it the way we wanted to get the response. So those are the two difference, and everything is same except that here we are specifying the engine to search the YouTube engine. Okay, so that's the thing. And say like this, I'm just going to add a few additional agents for if you want it to be writing assistant like that. So I'll just copy the same in here whatever we had. I'm just going to quickly write few more agents, and this is going to be pretty much the same as we did, except that the variations would be the prompt templates and also the engine that we are going to search for. So new file, this is going, I'm just going to name this as writing assistant.ts. okay, so let me just copy paste everything, and in here the writing, we need to change the prompt. So what I will do is let me just remove this whole thing. I'm just going to create a new variable for writing assistant prompt. So let's just name this as writing assistant prompt. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to add in this prompt. Okay, so simple one. So in here I'm just going to say that, like, you are future search, and this is what I'm just going to ask it to do. Okay, so this is the prompt. Let me just compress this, and I'll just read out once. An AI model who is expert at searching the web and answering users' queries. You are currently set on focus mode writing assistant. This means you will be helping the user write a response to the given query. Since you're writing systems, you do not perform web searches. If you think you lack information to answer the query, you can ask the user for more information or suggest them to switch to different focus mode. Okay, that's the simple prompt for writing assistant. And this process docs, I'm just going to minimize this, re-rank docs, and then we are going to have this processor. And let me just minimize this handle stream basic YouTube search. Okay, that we need to tweak. So this handle stream, so these are like standard that we want. Okay, I already explained what does that do. And now the chain part, so we don't so here the simple chain. So what I can do is I'll just remove this one part, because we just wanted to have just one chain. So in here I'm just going to name this as writing assistant chain, and in here this, instead of this prompt template, I'm just going to use this chart prompt template, and from messages. Okay, what I can do is I'll completely undo the thing. Okay, so instead of removing this thing, I will just remove this part, and here instead of this, let me just rename this to writing assistant chain. And in here I can remove this because I doesn't want that. And chart prompt template dot from messages, instead of this basic YouTube search response prompt, all we need to send in here is writing assistant prompt. And this chart history, user query, chart LLM, and this is going to remain same. And finally we'll have to change this to
handle writing assistant instead of this basic web search. So I'm going to do that. Let's do this as a basic. Okay, let me just rename this. I'm just going to remove the wrapper function and writing assistant, and this is going to remain same, and instead of this now it is going to be this writing assistant chain, streaming events, passing the chart history, query and version 1. Okay, and we can just remove this, and I'm just going to export this handle writing assistant. Okay, so let me just rename this to assistant in place of search. Okay, so this is the we can just remove whatever unwanted imports we have, so that it looks clean as part of our code. So I'm just going to remove all of these things, and this one as well. Okay, fine. What is the issue? Yeah, these things we're not using, so I can just remove that. Fine. So yeah, and then just let me remove this. Okay, so this is the writing assistant, and like that I'm just going to write a few more. Next we'll go for this Reddit search agent. So I'm just going to add then this Reddit search agent. Okay, and in here the same like we did for the other thing. So I'm just going to take whatever we copied from here. Let me just copy it again, and we will tweak for this accordingly. So first thing we'll have to change is the prompts for retrieving and for returning the response in the format the way we want it. So this is going to be this prompt. So I'm just going to add in here this prompt. Okay, so same thing, you'll be given conversation below, follow-up question. You need to, this is going to be same, except that I'll just tweak the questions, and then chart history query is going to be placeholders, and this is what is going to help us give us a rephrased question. And now the search response format, so this is going to, we need to tweak this a bit. So I'm going to add in this prompt. This is the thing I'm just going to replace with this. So same thing, who is expected searching answering users queries, you are set on focus mode Reddit. So this is like we'll tweak according to the focus mode that user has selected. This means you'll be searching for information, opinions, discussions on the web using Reddit. Generate a response that is informative, relevant to the user's queries based on, so this is like the way you want it. So you can just take that, and this is the context, and normal like which I walked you through in the web search, image search and YouTube search. And also now we need to tweak this one. Instead of YouTube, I'm going to change this to Reddit. Okay, and here also instead of YouTube I'm going to change this to basic Reddit search response prompt. Okay, and whatever we have other things, I'm just going to keep that as it is, except that now we need to rename those things. Instead of this YouTube, I'm just going to rename this to Reddit search retriever chain here as well. Okay, and all are going to be pretty much same. I can just replace this with this Reddit. Okay, and here as well let me just replace this with Reddit. Fine, so that's the thing. And even here I need to change this one, basic YouTube search, to Reddit search. Okay, so all I'm going to do is replace the YouTube keyword with this Reddit search. Okay, and here as well, so let me just change this. So this is the Reddit search agent. So now we added YouTube search agent, writing assistant, Reddit search agent. So same way I'm just going to add in this academic search agent, so which is going to act as an academic research agent. Okay, so again we will have to add in the prompts and everything. So let me just create in a new file for that, and I'm just going to name that as academic search agent. Okay, so in here let me undo this, and whatever we had for YouTube search, I'm just going to copy that, and we need to tweak this accordingly. So first is the prompts for retrieving and response prompt. Let me just rename this to academic search retriever prompt, and in here this is going to be pretty much same except just the questions and all. So you can keep that as it is, or else take the one that I am referring to. It won't make any difference. Okay, fine. And now this response prompt, I'll have to give in the different prompt. So for this, all I wanted to do is replace this with this. So in here focus mode is academic, and this means you'll be searching for academic papers and articles on the web, and this is going to be pretty much same whatever we had for other things, placeholder for the context and all those things. Next the parser, handling stream, and everything is going to remain same, except that I'll have to rename the YouTube keyword with this academic. So let me just change that. So wherever I have this okay, first let me change this to academic, and engines, it's not the academic. So here the engines exclusively for papers and research related content. We are going to search the engines of this XV. Okay, and then this Google Scholar website, and we have this Internet Archive Scholar, and this PubMed. So okay, so these are the engines that we'll be searching to get the result whenever user has turned this focus mode on. Okay, and now let's just replace this YouTube with our academic. So wherever I have this YouTube, I'm just going to replace this with this academic. Okay, so yeah, so that's the academic search agent. So like this, as we want more agents, this is how we are going to add the agents that we want. And now if we want other agents, I'm just going to add in here. Now let's go to this message handler, where our WebSocket is handling the message that is received from the client. We'll have to change in here. First thing is we don't have to hard code this web search now. Instead of and also I'm just going to rename this focus to focus mode, so it makes more sense. And in here also all I have to do is I'm just going to remove this hard coded value, and in here I'm just going to change this to focus mode, and whatever we had for web search, it's going to remain same. Now we need to keep adding the other cases.
So what I will do is I'm just going to copy this whole case and we'll change that accordingly. So let's go one by one, and also we need to add in this break right after this. And for next is the academic search, so I'm just going to add that. Now instead of this handle web search, we are going to import this handle academic search, and rest are going to remain same, pretty much the same, so we doesn't have to tweak anything. And I'm just going to add in this break after this case. And here just below this, let's now go for, let's say, writing assistant. And now instead of this handle web search, all we need to do is import this handle writing assistant and pass in the same thing. The content and the history and other things are going to remain same. Okay, so here let's just add this break. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize this, and now the other cases for the YouTube search. So I'm just going to replace this web with this YouTube, and instead of this web search, this is going to be this handle YouTube search, and others I'm just going to keep that as it is and break keyword. Okay, and next case it's going to be this Reddit search. Let's just replace this web to Reddit search. Okay, and here as well, let's just change this to Reddit search. So yeah, this is the final case. So I'll add eventually one more agent, which I will once let's first complete this integration with UI, and then I'll come back and complete that agent as well. Okay, so this is the change. Now so there's issue in this. What's the issue? Academic search response prompt. Okay, I have to change here to this academic search response prompt. Okay, fine. So this is how we have to add the new agents as we want. Now the backend addition and inclusion is done, so we'll have to go to this UI components and change tweak a few things. Let me first go to there, and also I'll have to restart this rebuild this containers. Okay, so I'm just going to build this. Okay, and meanwhile we'll just go to this components, and in here first the chart window, I'll maintain one more variable for the focus mode. Okay, so let me just create in here this focus mode. So set focus mode, initially default. I'm just going to set this to the web search. This is going to be the default agent. Okay, and now this one we'll have to pass on to this here the to our backend. Okay, so I'm just going to attach in here this focus mode value, and also I'll pass on this to the empty chart so that we can tweak that accordingly. So I'll change this in the empty chart first, and then we'll come back here. So basically what I am trying to say is I'll tweak the props of this empty chart component and make it receive this focus mode, and also the function which is going to update that focus mode, and then pass on that values to our empty chart message input as well.
That's where I can show the focus. We need to capture that value from the focus component. Okay, so that is the reason we need to pass on those props to the child components like this. So for the first component that will be affected is the focus, so I'll just focus on that. So let's go to this message input actions. Yeah, this is the thing. So we need to get the user selection of particular focus from this component. So to pass on that value to this, that is the reason we need to move up, move down, passing on this props to this children's like this. So this we will tweak. I'm going to add in the props for this. This is going to receive the focus mode, which is going to be of type string, and this the focus mode callback function, which is going to receive again a string and return this void. Okay, yeah, and I'm just going to destructure the same, the focus mode, and I'm just going to receive these values. So once I have these values, so everything, instead of this button, we will wrap everything inside the popover, so that we can show the list of all the agents that it is supporting and provide the option for the user to select one. So I'm going to import or wrap everything inside this popover component, and also we will prepare this a default list of focus modes, which we have the web search, academic search, writing assistant, YouTube search, and Reddit search. I'll create a constants list in here, and we'll use that to showcase the objects of that list in the popover content. Let me do that. In here, let's first prepare the list of the focus modes. So I'm just going to name this as the focus modes, and this is going to be an object with some properties. First is the web search mode, and the title I'm just going to give this as a description and all, and then the description property. So brief description of what this focus mode is. I'm just going to say something like, searches across all of the internet, something like that. All of the internet icon. Here I'm just going to give here the globe icon from Lucid React. Size I'm just going to set it to 20. So this is one of the focus mode. Same way we will add in the additional focus modes. Next is the academic search. So I'm just going to add in this keyword for that academic search. Title I'm just going to set this to academic. Description, okay, this has to be key. So description, let's just give this as like, search in published academic papers. Okay, and here the icon I'm just going to give here this book icon. Okay, and the size, let's give the same as the above 120. Next mode is the writing assistant. Title is going to be this as writing. Description, I'm going to give this as something like a chart without searching the web. And then the icon, it's going to be the pencil icon. So I'm just going to import this size. I'm just going to give this also as 20. So all the icon signs will set it to 20. That's the writing assistant. And next is the YouTube search. So I'm just going to add in this key as the YouTube search. The title, I'm going to give the title as this YouTube. Description, let me give this as the search and watch videos. Then the icon, so here for this I'm going to install from the external dependency, that is the I'm going to use the React simple icons from the icons pack, so which is going to help me give these icons wrapped as a React component. So this is the dependency I'm just going to install, so you can just refer to that in the node package manager. I'm not going to walk you through that. Okay, so this is the pack dependency that I'm going to use to add in the icons for YouTube and others, Reddit and all those things. Okay, so I'm just let's wait for it to install. So it's installing. So once it is installed, I'm just going to import the icons for YouTube and Reddit from this dependency, and then we will use this. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to download. Yeah, it's done. So I'm just going to import this YouTube, okay, icon. So this we need to import it in this fashion, so let me just import this from this icons pack, React simple icons, YouTube and the Reddit. So I'm just going to import these two. So in here, let's just style the way that we want. So I'm just going to restrict the height to be just 5, and also width I'm just going to set it to auto. Margin at the right I'm just going to give 0.5. On pointer event capture, sorry, enter capture. So I'm just going to set this to undefined. Same thing on pointer leave capture, I'm going to set it to undefined. Okay, so that's the sorry, it has to be this enter. Okay, so this is for YouTube search, and next is the Reddit search. So I'm just going to give the name as whatever the agent we defined, Reddit search, and the title is going to be this Reddit. Description, let me just give this as a search for discussions and opinions. Okay, and finally this icon, and here I'm just going to add in this so let me just copy the same thing. I'm just going to change this icon alone. Instead of this YouTube, I'm just going to add in this Reddit. Okay, so now we have the list that we want to be used in this focus component. Now we'll have to wrap everything inside this, so I'm just going to remove this button. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this popover from this headless UI React, and let's just give styling for this. So let me make this as a fixed, and width I'm going to give the full, and max width, let's say we are going to restrict it to 15 rems. Okay, yeah, just after a while you'll see that here pressing on this will be showcasing that focus modes. Just wait for a while so that we can see the changes in the UI. Okay, so that's the thing. And medium, I want maximum width to be a medium. Okay, and for large, maximum width to be of large. So fine, so I'm just wrapping this inside this popover and the popover button. So let me give here the type as the button. Okay, and the styling, I'm just going to give the styling for whatever we have given in here. So I'm just going to copy this and use the same stylings for this thing. Okay, fine. And inside this we will have that scan eye icon, so which we already imported. Okay, fine, that's the pop over button. And now we'll wrap everything inside this transition. Okay, so transition, and here I'll come back to giving the styling for enter, enter from, enter to, leave, and all those things. So yeah, we'll get back to that. And I'll first focus on this panel, and let's make this as the absolute, and the z index I'm just going to give it's 10, and width I'm just going to make this occupy all screen. Now the focus modes list that we added, we are going to wrap that inside this. So let me have a div, and I'm just going to iterate through this focus modes and get the mode along with this index. And in here I'm just going to wrap inside this popover button. I mean, we can so either use directly popover button, or this is deprecated, but I just wanted to go out this way. Okay, so on click, all we have to do is I'm just going to update this focus mode value. So this is what I'm going to set mode dot key. Okay, and let's just give, I mean, I'm just going to close this so that it doesn't see any issues. And now I'll have to give in the here this key, so the index, and again the styling for this. So I'm just going to use the cn, and let's wrap everything here, and whatever we have for, so let's give the padding as to the same thing for button, standard button, whatever we gave, flex flex direction, I'm just going to give column, and items I'm just center them, justify, let's just start it. Okay, and the text, I just wanted to start this, and the space in the y direction too, and for the duration of let's say 100. Cursor, I'm just going to give this as a pointer, and a transition. So here, yeah, so fine. And now the conditional styling. So if the focus mode is matching to the key that we are currently is, so I'm just going to have this a different background color. So let's say this is going to be sorry, this is ash. Fine. And else only on hovering we are going to have this color. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this. Fine, yeah, so that's the conditional thing. And now inside this I'm going to wrap the icon and the title and description in this div. So for this, let's again use the cn and make the display as the flex, and direction to be row, and items I'm just going to center them, and font type, let's make this as a medium. Okay, no, okay, we'll not worry about font type, and let's have some space in the x direction. And again depending upon this focus mode,
I want the text color to be changed. So if it is matching, then I'm going to give in here the text color as 24A0ED. Okay, and if not, I'm just going to give here this text color as white. Fine. And now let's first show this icon, and after this the text of these modes title. So and also let's just style this text. I'm just going to give the text size as a smaller, and font type, let's make it as a medium. Okay, so that's the thing. And after this div, I'm just going to have the description. So in here the description is going to be this mode dot description, and the styling, same thing. So first let's make this a text color white, not extreme white, but divided by 70, and text size to be extra small. So this is the focus component change, and also we did not style this div, so I need to style this. So this one, let's make this display to be a grid, and also if it's a smaller screen, I just want it to be of one column. If not, this medium will have this two columns. Okay, and larger I'll have this three columns, and a gap of one. And also this background color, I'm just going to have this as the background color, and let's have this a normal border, and I just let's say border color, this is what I'll be having, the border color. Okay, and a rounded large. Okay, and a width full, and let's have this padding of 2. Okay, so that's the styling for this div, and everything will be wrapping inside this. And the things that is left is the transition styling. Okay, so only that is left. Okay, let's just quickly complete. So first thing, we wanted to act as a so else I can just search for transition. So whatever we use for this transition on this one. Yeah, okay, so here yeah, I'll just take this, and accordingly we'll just adjust what needs to be modified. Okay, so in here let's just so enter, I'm just going to add in this transition is our duration, let's just change it to 150. Okay, and enter from opacity 0 scale, no, I just wanted to translate this one. And also we need to import this fragment from React. Okay, so yeah, okay, and instead of scaling, I'm just going to change its position. So let's apply this translate y1, and enter 2. So translate, I'm just going to set back that to 0. Okay, and in here leave, I'm just going to add in this transition is in duration, change again to this 150, leave from opacity, and I'll just change this just vice versa. So I can just copy this and apply the same in here. Okay, and also in this leave 2, this is going to be 1. Okay, so this is the focus the component, and now we need to tweak this accordingly in the empty, the place wherever we were referring that. So that is in the empty chat message in here. So already we are saving the issue. So in here I need to pass on this focus mode. So this will be the value that we are supposed to pass on, the focus mode. So we need to add that here.
this the focus mode. So in here this is going to be a string callback function to update the above value mode, which is the string. So I'm just going to okay, so here this destructure this focus mode and then set focus mode, and we'll have to pass on those values to this component, this focus mode, and the set focus mode. I'm just going to pass on those values to this. So this is the change in this empty chat message input. The same way in the empty chat we were referring to the this empty chat message input component. So in here now I'll have to update the same. So this is the thing. So ideally to avoid we go for a global state management or context APIs and all, but that's left to us. You can be it's better always to prefer that way. Okay, so focus mode. Okay, I'm just going to same thing, whatever we just added. I can just copy the thing, but it's going to be quick. So set focus mode. This mode is going to be of type string and the callback function. Okay, so in here this focus mode and this set focus mode. Okay, and we'll have to pass on those values. This focus mode I'm just going to pass on these values, and the set focus mode, so let me just pass on this set focus mode callback function. Okay, so that's the thing. And last I think we need to make changes in the chart window component. So in here, because the empty chart, so I'll have to change here, so pass on this focus mode value here, and also the set focus mode function. Okay, so yeah, so this is the change for us to include this focus modes. So let's just refresh and try to check this. So I'm just going to expand, and now okay, there is an issue. Fine. So here if you see this is what I was talking about, the popover is into picture, and as of now this is what is selected, and we were searching for this. Okay, so this is the agents that we added, all academic writing, YouTube and Reddit. So let's say I just select that, and if I open it again, so this is what it is selected, and let's say I just search for something, let's say latest Tesla launchers, something like that. Okay, so this is going to yeah, you can see it refer to this it searched YouTube and gave us this thing. Let me just confirm once again, because I still doubt it. I just wanted to confirm in the network WebSockets. Okay, so okay, the thing in here, but yeah, I'll just check this once, and we'll continue from here. So if I select academic, it is searching academic, and writing, we are selecting this writing and all, and accordingly here we are sending this focus mode, if I'm not wrong. So that is here. So what are the value we are selecting, we are sending that to server. That will be handling in this message handler. So the value for this handle message, this focus mode, passed message dot focus mode, depending upon that it's going to give that results and send it to the thing. Okay, so and let's just check once again. So top Reddit discussions. Okay, fine. So this is the agent that we this is to attach anything that we want. Again, this is not just a placeholder. And yeah, you can see because we didn't receive any, so if I just expand this, ideally if it's a web search we receive, so I can just showcase you that difference. So the sources are not shown and all those things. And also so if you just refresh this, so if it's a haul, let's say top Reddit discussions. Okay, so I'm just asking the same question. And also you can see this update because of that second user effect that we had. And now you can see the sources and all. With this you can understand the agents that we added. It's referring to the respective agent and giving us the result using that agent and the logic that we have wrapped in that side in that agent. Okay, so almost the agents that we wanted to cover is added, and also that selection will be at the empty chat message input component. Next thing is now we need to style this bit this input actions focus modes component. So I'll change that once, and of post that we will try to check on the other pending things. So that is what I wanted to focus on is the we have outcoded few values like model name and all those things. So if you wanted to move or it to better place, that is, if you down the line wanted to change the model name, so what I'm trying to refer is, so we did build agents. Okay, so if you see all are hard coded the model names and all. So down the line if you wanted to change a name, so you'll have to change across all the places. So rather than that, if you maintain it as a environment variable, so changing in one place reflects in all the agents that we're referring to. So that's the best way. So that's again a simple thing, you guys can go ahead and do it. And that's the thing, those are the things I'm just letting you know. So the best practices that you can adhere to and become good at these things. Okay, and also we can either in the message handler we can refactor it and build a new emitter event handling and all those things. That still we can go ahead and do it. And other things I'm just going to we'll need to configure a lot of things, the settings where we need to provide an option for the user to select the models or engine that we wanted to do. So those things I'm just going to cover each at a time. So first the icon in the message input actions is not appearing as expected. So I'll first make changes that inside this message input actions. Okay, so in here the focus pencil focus modes for pencil, I just wanted to change the size to 16. Okay, and also the I'm just going to apply this active the scaling effect, so that is scale of 75, or else we can go for more 95. Okay, and now in here instead of this always showcasing the scan high, I wanted to depending upon this focus mode. So if the focus mode is not equals to, okay, it's not equals to this web search, then I wanted to display respective icon. Okay, so here let's just wrap this inside this div and make this display as a flex and direction to be row, and I'm just going to center this items. Okay, so fine, and the space in the x direction 1, and now let's just find that respective mode. Okay, so this mode using this focus mode, so mode dot key matching against this value present in this focus mode. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to add in this icon, and below this I'm just going to have this title. Okay, so here this text extra small and font type, let's just set this to a medium. Here this focus modes, okay, I'm just going to see we're just going to find the right title to display based upon this focus mode. Okay, so here I'm just going to give in this title. So that's the thing, and if it's not the case, I'm just going to show this scan high. I mean, if this is a web search, we are going to show this scan high. So that's the change in here. So now we will if I just refresh this, so I mean, why is this? So if I just actually there is an overlapping happening. This focus component, yeah, you can see now this is what I was referring to, but in here there is a bit thing I need to take care. The focus component, did I, but the icon and the text, it's appearing on hovering and all. Okay, fine, these are just the minor change, we can just take care of this. So if I, yeah, YouTube or all, let's scan high and all, but this is the correction. So based upon that, we are just on hovering displaying the right icon and the right title and all. That's the thing. So next what I told is we will check that, and also in this nav bar, the title that we were showcasing, I need to make a few little changes. So what is here, so if I just ask what, yeah, it's, so I'm just asking this, and in the nav bar, this message is substring. I just wanted to apply this trim so that I avoid any spaces or other things and all. So just I'm just using this trimmed content and all, so for better display and all. Okay, so that's this minor change. And also if we want it's better that we move the model name. So anyways, I'll just move that, it's better. So in here, not in this UI, so here I'm just going to add in this model name, and that is a GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, and we will refer this inside all our agents. Okay, so I'm just going to here, and now what we need to do is, instead of this, we need to just have refer that as process.env.model name. So I can just replace this value with this process.env. This model name. Okay, so let's just copy this, and I'm just going to replace this, the places that we are referring. So same applies to this. Let me just have this model name, and here as well. So I'm just going to replace this hard coded value with this environment variable,
I've just already clearly explained the better way of maintaining these values. Okay, and this writing assistant, so I'm just going to quickly change in here as well. And finally this YouTube search agent. So here let's just rename use this environment variable. Okay, so that's just a change. I just moved up this hard coded value to environment variable. Okay, and also it's better just keep checking the files where there are unwanted imports, and you can just get rid of them for better code maintenance, and in future if we just wanted to have a clean code, that's way of dealing with it. And also I just wanted to add a new emitter event handling. Okay, so kind of what I'm trying to refer to is in this message handler, in this WebSocket, in here I'm just going to, below this let's just have this search handler. So I'll just search handlers, and in here like I'm just going to map this particular property to this function. So that is the functions that we exported from respective agents. Okay, so see in here this academic search, here this handle academic search, writing assistant, and I'm just going to add in this handle writing assistant, and next the YouTube search. We can just write in handle YouTube search, and the finally Reddit search, same thing. I'm just mapping the handle Reddit search. Okay, so now we have this on object, mapping this respective keyword to this function that we exported. And now rather than having all those switch statements that we have written, so I'm trying to reduce the code and improve the code reusability part. Okay, so once I write this function you will understand what I'm trying to say. So right below this I'm just going to create in a one more function called handle emitter events, and this is going to have the props as this emitter, which is the event emitter. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from WebSocket rather than from the stream. So here this event emitter. Okay, and now the other props, the WebSocket object, this one, and the ID. So fine, so these are the input params for this function. And in here whatever we had in this emitter dot on or listening and all those things, so these are the things I was referring to. So all this I'm just going to copy this first and move to this. So in here we are just going to have this, and also the ID, the same thing, sources. I'm just going to send this the ID, and also listening on end with message ID error and all those things. Okay, so now once if we have this, and in this if condition, all those which thing that we have written, we can completely avoid that, and we can do it in this simple manner. First store this handler in this handler variable, so search handlers, and I'm just going to first get this focus mode. Based on that I'm going to get the handler, and if we find this handler, okay, and I'm just going to get this emitter from this handler and pass on this past message dot content along with this history. Okay, and we will pass on this to this function, with the emitter, WebSocket, and then the ID. Else I'm just going to send that invalid focus mode. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to send this json.stringify and type. I'm just going to send this type of error, and the message, the data that we will be sending is invalid focus mode. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing. So that's how we can try to eliminate the duplicacy of code that we had. So now it has we have removed a lot of duplicate code and created a reusable function. Okay, so that's the change. That's how we always have to think about writing or maintaining a good code base. Again, this is not mandatory. It comes with a lot of mistakes that we commit, and it's just the better way of writing code. So after this, what I'm going to do is we need to and also I wanted to fix the alignment here in the navbar for this. So let's just go to this, here the clock icon, justify. I'm just going to apply this center. Okay, so this one, so let's just refresh this. Okay, still the same, but okay, I don't know. Fine, anyways, this is okay. That's the thing. And after this, if we see that we are receiving a better responses with other models, you can just go ahead and use GPT-4 Omni model and other models, GPT-4 and all those things. But I'm using GPT 3.5 Turbo for this playlist. You can just go ahead and use whatever you want. Okay, that is one thing. And next, what is very important, the thing that we need to think of is the settings configuration for the end users to choose the model that you want, to choose his own hosted model and all those things. So that is going to be the big thing that we need to implement, and also the other minor things which we can take care. Okay, so first, the supporting of this local providers and all those things, that's the core important thing, and I will implement that. Let's first try to write a util library or providers library in our backend, kind of which provider are we going to support, and accordingly we will try to return the models from that. So for that, in this I'm just going to minimize everything. So first thing is I'll have to create a providers file in our utils or others folder that we wanted to, and based upon the engine, let's say for now I'm just going to take OpenAI and Olama, and depending upon that we need to provide the right list of the models, a function which can give me that. Let's do that now.
Well, just before writing this provider function, I wanted to move the environment variables from this environment to toml. So that's a better way of handling the validation. And also, if we want to tweak it down the line, by collecting the values from UI and then modifying that, it would be better if we use via toml. Okay, so for that, let me just so there's a better dependencies that we are going to install. So this is the package that I'll be installing, so which is going to help us handle the dependencies using this toml. Okay, so let's install this. So I'm just going to install the same. So once this is installed, I'm going to create the new file called config.ts. So that's where we will have the configuration related to the environment variables that we want. In this, so here and also the actual values that we will be creating in the toml file, so that we can create a new file for that. So I'm just going to create that inside the root location, so the place where we had the environment file. Okay, so here we can just write this, and in here we will separate into different categories. So first the general category, and in here the port number for our backend, so the server. So I'm just going to add in 3001, and then the similarity measure, same like what we had in our environment file. So here I'm just going to give the cosine and the API keys. In here this OpenAI, and I'm just going to get the value from this environment. Okay, so this is the value. Let me just minimize this. Here let's go to this, and we'll just use this value and the API endpoints. So that is search xng, so it's going to be this http localhost 32. Okay, fine, and that's the configuration toml file. And now we need to tweak this in this config.ts. so in this first thing is let's just mention this config file name. So this is going to be the config file name, config.toml. Okay, and let's have this interface for our config. This we added the general, so in that we were expecting this port number, and then the similarity measure. Okay, similarity, and this is going to be of type string, and after this API keys where we have for OpenAI, and this is going to be of type string. Then this API endpoint, so this is again going to be an object with the URL for our search service. Okay, so this is the interface, and now I'm just going to load the config values from the file via this function. So this is how we'll be trying to so this one I'm just going to import this from the library that we just installed. So import toml from okay, I did a mistake, so we are supposed to install as part of this. Okay, so I installed in the nextjs application. So in here, so what I am going to do, I'm just going to uninstall this. Fine, and I think they should be installed in our so now okay, fine. So in here I'm just going to use this parse function and read the file that we just specified above. So this also I'm just going to import this from the file fs module, and here let me just read this file, and I'm just going to get this current working directory and look for this the file that we just created. Okay, and the format, okay, so udf8, and in here I'm just going to specify, and also we need to import this path. Okay, and here let me just specify this type as any as config. So this is the load config function which is going to help us load the environment variables that we want as part of this backend application. And let's just write functions which is going to give us the particular values of the environment variables. So I'm just going to write in here the function which is going to give me the port number. So all we need to do is call this function and access this general and the port value. Okay, so now this is how it's going to be super easy to access the values that we want. So and in here same way I'm just going to write the other function where this is going to help me give the similarity measure. So load config, and I'm just going to call this similarity measure value. Similar way, if we want the key other things, so let's just quickly complete this other parts. OpenAI API key. So again this is going to be a function, just access this API keys. Okay, dot OpenAI. Finally this search endpoint. Okay, this one I'm just going to get this by just calling this load config and API endpoints dot search xng. Okay, so this is the config ts file. Okay, and now we need to change this accordingly. So in this app.ts, so we need to make changes in few places. First thing, the places where we were referring to this values, we need to change that. I'm first going to import this get port, and in here I'm going to get this port value, and now instead of referring this as the process.env.port, I'm going to use this port variable. Okay, so fine, that's the change from this environment to the port variable. So we need to change this in the other agents section as well. So if you see, we were referring to this model name, and other things. So this what I'm going to do is we need to replace this with the values which we just created as part of this configuration toml file. So here quickly let's open this and let's change one by one. So this is API URL, and instead of this I'm going to get in here this search xng URL. Okay, and let's just use this thing, and in place of this I'm going to just refer to this URL. Okay, so that's one change. And in the images are also, so in the routes. Okay, so let me just go in here. So in here I'm going to move this so we'll have to change the places wherever we were referring to. So let's come back to this again. Utils, we were having this compute similarity. So in here I'm just going to remove, or just before this let's try to get the similarity measure. So in here let me just get this similarity measure, and now I'm just going to use this similarity measure value rather than this environment variable. Okay, so that's the change in this compute similarity. And also I just wanted to have a single instances of this chat opening and the embeddings and those things, rather than having as part of every agents that we see in here. So the better place for us to move is in the connection manager. So in here just below this I'm going to create this instance of this chat OpenAI. So let me just import first this one. So I'm just going to import this one from this langchain OpenAI. Okay, so in here let's just import this chat OpenAI and also this OpenAI embeddings. So now in here I'm just going to pass on this properties, the temperature which is going to be the 0.7, and then the OpenAI API key. So all we can do is just call this function. Okay, same way I'm just going to prepare an instance of this embeddings. Okay, and here this new OpenAI embeddings, and I'm just going to provide the same OpenAI key via this function, and then the model name this is going to be this text embedding 3 large. Okay, fine. And now in here for the handle message I'm going to send along with this message WebSocket the LLM instance and then the embeddings instance. Okay, so this needs to be changed in our message handler. So just going back, so this in the message handler we need to change this handle message function, where I'll be taking in this LLM object, so which is going to be of type this base chat model. So I can just import those types in here. So this base chart model. Okay, so from this langchain core language models, then the chart models, okay, and for embeddings types as well. So let's just import this embeddings type. This is again from this langchain core embeddings. Okay, so fine, now we have these types, and I'm just going to specify here this the base chart model, the embeddings. In here I'm just going to pass on this type as the embeddings. Okay, and now we need to use this and pass down to this the handler function in here where we are referring to. So that is the in here along with this content history, I need to pass on this LLM and this embeddings thing. Okay, so if you see in this, the handler, the search handler, okay, focus mode. So this now instead of referring to these separate instances where we created in each agent file, I'm just going to pass on this instances, and we can now make use of this. So let me show you in one of the agent. Okay, so in here let's just remove this these instances for this. Okay, and now we will be and also I'm just going to import those types. Okay, so like we just did in our the message handler. In here, okay, so now we are seeing an issue because we just removed the references to this and all. So that how I am just going to refer to is we will be getting on. So if I just let me so like we were referring to this process sorry, chart history and the query and other things, the same way we need to include that in our the main function. So that is here the basic academic search. It's not just two params. Now we need to add in this additional LLM, so which is going to be of type of base chart model, and then the embeddings, and here I'm just going to give in here the type as embeddings. And now after this emitter in this try block, I'm just going to first prepare this the chain, and also in this thing we need to add in this params. Okay, so base chart model embeddings, and here I need to yep, and for this we are supposed to pass on this LLM and then the embeddings. Okay, so and in this basic academic search, I'll be first referring calling that create a basic academic search answering chain and storing in this variable. So let me just name this as basic academic search answering chain. Okay, and I'm just going to call this a function which is going to help me create this basic academic search answering chain which I'm going to create. So let me just create that.